Hello and welcome. It's episode 46 of Cometh the Fall, A Taste of Hope. Hello, everybody. Let's see. Hello, Justice Side Lurker, Zebus, Prostar, Fundin, Zoro, Mystic, Edtastic, Varus. Justice Side Lurker, thank you very much for the 8 months. Thanks for sticking around that long. I remember seeing your name for the first time when we were playing Monster Hunter. That's insane. Thanks for sticking around. Edtastic, thank you very much for a year. For 12 months. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. And Mystic, thank you as well for 7 months. Insanely generous of you. And hello, Raiders. Hello, Momo. Hello. Hopefully you guys enjoyed watching the God of War lore videos. They're very good. Very good series. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Hello and welcome, Raiders. If you do not know who I am, hello, I'm the Crown DM. I do D&D, specifically 2 games, Cometh the Fall and Dawn of Enor, both of which Momo is a player in. So if you are interested in Dungeons & Dragons, you've come to the right place. Holy shit. Varus, thank you very much for the 7 months. And Wolfmaster, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. That is incredibly kind. Thank you so much. What is this song? This song is called A Drink Before the Battle. And it is a Pathfinder OST. I believe it is Wrath of the Righteous or something like that. Yeah, okay. Hey guys, the stream hasn't started yet. The game hasn't started yet. Zoro, thank you very much for the 35 gifted subs. Holy shit. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely destroyed the sub goal for December, so thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. If you got a gifted sub, be sure to tell thanks to the person who gave it to you. Jesus. Hello again to any of the new people, as well as D&D. I also do map creation streams and world building streams. So if you're interested in learning how to make maps, or are just interested in some of the programs that I use, be sure to give the channel a follow. And to all the new followers, thank you. Thank you very much. Guido, Jesus Christ. Guido, thank you very much for the tip. That is insanely generous of you. Absolutely. That is absolutely going towards the monitor goal. Thank you so much. Jesus. So destroying January sub goal next weekend. Oh boy. Yeah, I see the destroyed bar of where the goal was kept. Perfect. Well, Jesus, I got totally thrown off. Thank you guys so much. It is episode 46. All right. Jesus Christ, Varus. 20 gifted so Jesus, Varus. Thank you very much. You didn't have to do that, brother. That is insanely kind of you. Thank you so much. A level 8 hype train? Is that what the fuck? I thought it only went to level 3. Just sit there. Guys, we have D&D today. Come on. Holy shit. Christ, thank you guys so much for your continued support. All of what you're doing right now is it allows me to keep doing this. It allows me to keep playing D&D and spending time with my friends and having a grand old time. So thank you so much. Thank you. It's insanely generous of you. I I just saw one go to level 45. That's insane. We're going at unknown territory. Absolutely. So yes, hello. It's episode 46, Taste of Hope. The party just leveled up to level 5. They got some new quirky abilities, and they're currently resting in Olwyn Goldmane's home, the unicorn ally that they made some time back, and are sort of getting themselves situated. So what we're gonna do, is we are going to tab on over, and we're going to get introduced to our players. We are going to learn a little bit about them, who they are, what they do, and go from there. And then we're going to get a recap of what happened exactly last week for all the people who are just tuning in. And of course, if you are interested in watching the game and its previous episodes, they are in the highlights. So if you would like to watch them, they are very lengthy. Of course, I only recommend that if you have a considerable amount of free time to spend. So yes, when my work here is done, I go to sleep now because I opened this morning. Well, thank you very much, Ferris. I hope that you have a great night. Is it going to be another comfy session? I don't know. I think the players are going to go adventure again. So maybe. As you will see behind me, a black liminal space currently bereft of any words or voices. However, as you all talk and chat, the words will appear behind me, captured in perpetuity for all future VODs and all YouTube uploads. Speaking of YouTube, are they any available on YouTube, or are they only here on Twitch? I believe up to episode 11 is up on YouTube currently. It is very lengthy. It does take a considerable amount of time to upload to YouTube, but they are slowly getting up there. I promise you that. So yes, if you have anything you would like to say to your future self from the past, now is the time to do so. And if you have anything you'd like to say to any future VOD watchers, now is also the time to do so. And while that's all happening, let's go ahead and let's warn our players first that we're unmuting. And then let's go ahead and let's jump right in. Hello.
Hello.
What?
How goes it, gamers?
Where am I? Why am I strapped to this chair?
What year
Well,
is it?
it's time for your weekly mandated D&D
Who
session.
are you?
You don't know me, but I know you.
Why? What have you done to my family?
Oh, you know.
They're in a secure location. Don't you worry.
You'll see them again if you play D&D.
Okay.
Now pick up the dice.
I can't.
Are you eating Wendy's?
No.
Yes.
What are you eating?
Oh, you know.
Are we treating Sizzle like a cat eating plastic?
Oh, what's in your mouth?
That's mine!
Mystic,
Esther.
thank you so much for the gifted subs to Sonakari and Kaz. It's incredibly kind of you, Mystic. Oh, level 10 trade. I see. Well, Jesus, thank you guys so much. Setting a new record. That's insanely kind of you. I don't know what any of it means, but thank you. Thank you very much.
It means they like you. They really, really like you.
The gods recognize your followers and their sacrifice.
Sacrificing the followers? What?
Sometimes.
No. No.
Anything for the Chaos Gods. How else does one become a demon prince?
Parasite.
I assume Momo is getting a drink or
Something, probably. I'm not
Something
sure.
like that.
feeding the puppet. Well, very well. How's everybody's week been while we wait?
Busy.
Getting
good.
over the stomach flu.
I'll have to echo. Very busy.
It's been awesome.
I'm glad there's one awesome at least.
Yeah.
Oh,
I said good. What the heck?
I got a new job, so I'm happy.
Good, good, good.
My brother managed to reproduce.
Oh,
This is the one you went to the wedding for?
Yeah,
Nice. Very good. Congratulations.
he's multiplied as an organism.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
He's truly built different to a molecular level, you know?
Hate that.
did he like bud off from himself? That's how you're making it sound.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't say yeah. Don't say yeah. Jesus. Just
Thanks,
took a final today and got an A or an A minus on it. Congratulations, Mystic. Good job.
Yeah.
You're breathtaking.
Your birthday, that's right. We just wait for Silmaril, and then we'll get right into it. We'll jump into the introductions for everybody, some recaps, and then we'll jump right into the gameplay. With you guys long resting here in Olwen's home.
That reminds me.
Yes, now is the time to do it.
Well, I did it last time, but then we added some funny bits. The funny bits have to recharge too.
Yes, most of you should notice that your character sheet now has your ability on it.
Yeah, I got this funny little mark here. Looks interesting. Can't wait to stick it to somebody like a sticker.
What?
Close. Or I guess I don't
Like
even
licks
need
it like a stamp, attaches it to someone.
I was talking earlier about how I appreciate my ability with my, glorious 25-foot movement speed.
I appreciate my ability. I hope everyone appreciates it as well.
We'll see how well we appreciate it depending on what you roll, son.
Dollars to donuts, gonna call it now. First roll, gonna be a 1.
That's very skeptical. I like to think on the bright side. I think it's going to get a max heal.
Be pretty pog.
It would be.
I kind of wish it did both. Like there's a chance that it could bleed and heal at the same time.
Why would you want that?
Because it'd be funny.
Why would you want that?
It'd be like 24 HP, and you're like, yeah, and then you're like 15 bleeding, and you're like, ah.
Jesus.
Just like the game.
Exactly. Crit bleed, also crit heal. I just start leaking like a faucet.
Their
out of his
eyes
neck.
and nose and mouth are just they're just gushing blood.
Yuria claps her hands together. You're healed. I only had 2 HP missing. You're healed.
You're welcome. I'm worse off than when I was. Yeah. Yeah, but you're healed now.
A shield die, take notes.
You literally murdered a man?
I've murdered many men.
Jesus.
All right.
65 subs. Thank you guys so much for all the gifted subs. Incredibly kind of y'all. We just wait for Silmaril.
No.
Because it is relevant to note keepers, any note takers in chat, it is a taste of hope, and today is the 23rd of Dawn. Actually, that would be changed. It would be the 24th after you guys long rest.
Did we hit the long rest button already?
Yes, everybody did.
Good. Just making sure.
Yes, but make sure your new abilities, if you have any, are recharged because they start at 0. when they first
Oh, yeah, you're right. Look at that.
land. Yeah.
Smart.
Pay attention.
You shut up! Okay. Is Scylla real back?
It's disappeared.
What's she doing?
Sorry.
What's she doing right now?
She's cooling off from the God of War binge fest that she had.
I see. Yeah, looking at Kratos' pecs will do that to you.
Yeah.
They have that.
He screams Zeus for the 8th time. Yeah, I feel that.
Now she was looking at like the first 2 games, so he was screaming Ares.
First 4 games, actually. She was like going into like the PSP games too. I
Oh,
was impressed.
perfect. Yeah, that's what she was supposed to. That's where the rest. There's like other big portions of his story in there too.
Yeah.
Ares,
Pandora,
you'll pay for what you've done.
Athena.
Athena. Hello, real.
Well, as long as we're stretching
Rattles
air
cage.
Yeah, I picked my final spell.
What'd you pick?
Phantasmal Force.
Mm.
I leave the others for other lore relevant shit.
I'm in that weird cross-class place where I have level 3 spell slots, but no level 3 spells.
Which means you can upcast.
Indeed.
This guy's got level 3 spells, imagine.
Perfect.
She
Welcome
caught the
back.
hand- She caught the hands of that hybrid tax.
So let's get right into it with introductions of our various party members here, starting with Alaric.
Why me first? I'm kidding.
You should go. Oh yeah.
I am Alaric Cravain, half-elven warrior born in the deep wood of Karim, blessed with the raging spirit of Sheliar's wild herds. For that, they call me Barbarian. Laboring every day now to make the Ethanmore a better place than we left it, friends and I. We recently accomplished saving my kin, Siluril, from being stolen away by some dragon spirit that threatened to tear from her the very thing that made her whole. My hopes now are to return to Elion, to help find the missing caravan and make right the wrongs this poor town's been suffering in our absence.
Still doing the unprompted thing? Okay. I play Callan Aldane, who is a variant human ranger. Just recently level 5, like everybody else. In the kind of the wilderness guide, hunter, ranged sharpshooter, it seems. I'm also a member of the Grey Watch, a militant wilderness organization that hunts down and tries to destroy monstrous threats like beastmen and anything else that's horrible. He has taken it upon himself to try to guide and provide for the group as best he can.
Hello, I play Morana Lamordia, the level 5 Dampier rogue with abilities tied to the dead. Morana hails from the distant province of Vinheim, from a town known as Malgrove, which stands at the border between the dragon sages in Vinheim and their mortal enemies coming from the Grimwald. Since leaving her home, Morana has begun to cut her teeth, a novice monster hunter out in the wilds of the Southlands. Now, a plethora of altered creatures, as well as the terror of the Southland, lay before her as marks, as prey, hopefully.
Right, so I play Ashila Ironhands, female heel dwarf, scribe wizard, and arcana cleric. I grew up in Darken's Deep, and I was originally out looking for the shards of Thorland, trying to find something to kind of unite the country. But my prospects have widened since my short time with this group, seeing things I'd never thought I'd see in my life. Things like elithids and unicorns. And now a opportunity has arisen for me to join the Order of the Eye. And I look forward to trying to do so. This would mean a lot and work very, very well with me and my endeavors, which are not only now to find the shards of Thorland if I can, but to maybe develop some sort of transport system around this great continent of Tyros to make things a wee bit easier so people can get around and maybe instead of fighting, start trading and building up the country.
Greetings. I am Silvil von Ashford, Ward of House Ashford, the Swanblades. I am a level 5 high-elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for the house and home that I believe in. I endeavor to seek the truth of the hidden malicious rot that finds itself squirming through my family. And I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this has happened and how I can make that change.
I am Yuri Zairi, level 3 sorcerer, level 2 warlock. And the heir of Shademore, a distant land in the continent of Kereso on the other side of the world. You may ask why I am here, and as I've said before, I am here to discover the lost history of my people, originally thought of as refugees or distant travelers from this continent, Tyros. Though as I stay here, I am faced with my own questions about my own existence, potentially even my family's nature. Before any of that can be addressed, however, I am in cahoots with now friends and party members here in Elion's tier. Now, lounging in Albin's domain, it is only a matter of time before we set out again and face the dilapidating Ettenmore.
Thank you. Who recounted last week?
Oh, that was me.
Please pick somebody to recount.
Uh, How are you feeling about the recount, Silro? Since it had a lot of stuff to do with you, so I thought I'd ask.
So,
So,
I have found that this is a a pattern. Whenever Evelyn does the recount, so does Silver.
oh, it was more well, I mean, I had two options, and I thought I would.
It's up to you. I mean,
Yeah,
regardless, the
if-
story is told from whoever it is.
If you're up for it, let's hear it from Silro's perspective, since she was greatly affected.
Yes. When we started at here, right?
Yes.
In the pools. Okay. Got it. The time had come. Finally, we had approached a place of great confusion for me for some time. I longed to come here to see Olwen, to understand why he had not been responding to me. That was my, at the time, most important reason for coming here. I'm sure my friends had other reasons. It was quite prevalent they did not like my current situation. I was uncomfortable, of course, and some fun. Right? Uncomfortably warm as we approached this place. Every other time I had dared to go against, I found myself wrong. I would serve. So why did I walk so freely here? Why did I let my feet take steps that I did not want to take? It was also very confusing. As we approached, there he was. Olwen, the unicorn who it had saved so long ago, it felt. And upon seeing him, I will be honest, it did not comfort me. There was no comfort, and that scared me. But also so very confusingly comforted me that I didn't feel comfort. What confusion rolled through my mind. But seeing everyone there, ready to banish this plague from my mind, from my flail, was the only reason I was able to do so. Upon placing myself into the water, everything else disappeared. And I was there again. There, tossed away to the frozen landscape of his domain. Only this time I could feel the cold. It bit at my every limb, my every part, my every person. And I saw him there as I burst forth and ran. He called forth to me, commanding me to serve, that I would lose. But no, all I could do was think of them. Those that had stood by me in such a time. Upon breaking through the only icy barrier that I saw, there was nothing but sky before me. But I wavered. My love for dragons goes deeper than even perhaps I know. And I think that Nizathris knew this. At least, he had to. And he played on it. Curled to my mind and my heart like a worm. I could feel myself falling behind as his very breath beat against my back. And that is when they came. The visions of all of them. Appearing behind me, before me, beside me. Aloik, Yaya, Ashilde, Morna, Kellen, Gel, Gonavi. Sabine. They were all there. And just as they had come, I felt the strength in my bones, my very boss in my body. and they threw themselves. And in that moment, I knew that if they could throw themselves to the maw of Nysatlis, then I would throw myself into the sky for them. I would leave this place. Whether it was real, a dream, or escape of my own making, I am unsure. But in that moment I flew like a dream. And my wings were golden, like hers. I know behind me bore the great beast, the great monster, Nysatris, but in that moment, it did not even exist to me. It was then when I woke up, cast out of the water, unable to barely breathe. It was Kellen who pulled me aside, aided me in that moment. So strange it was to feel such power and bravery, to snap back to a reality. It was in that moment that all of our past transgressions bared their ugly faces again, coming forth like visions, spirits, ghosts. They laid onslaught to us, bandits we had never seen before, the owlbear we had slain earlier, and taken from its children, hungering at their mouths as babes. It seemed only fitting that it would strike me down. In that moment, I thought I would fear. But it was regret in the dance that I felt, and confusion. Upon falling to the floor and watching as my eyes closed, each and every one of them fighting our last battle, I saw fit that this would be an end. But I was wrong. Upon waking, down before me, strangely enough, a visage I did not expect to see. Perhaps, on some levels, I could be wrong. Wrong about her, Moana. Only time will see the end of that judgment. As we fought on, it came to an end. Terrible creature who dared to fight with our memories. But we slew it the same. Now here we are. Olwyn has left. And a silence I have so very waited for. A silence that has allowed me to breathe.
Thank you. I can't give you any more inspiration because you already have it, so.
I'll take 2.
Afraid you only have 1. For as long as the party wishes, Olwyn's home is yours. You will find comfort here. You will not want for anything. And your rest will be undisturbed. No need for watch. No need to stare up at the night sky and worry of whatever creature may come hunting for you. You are protected here in Olwyn's home. Lazily around you, motes of light drift through the air. as if caught on a breeze you cannot see. Leaves fall from the trees and drift just the same, yet never seem to touch the ground. Here you are, bathed in the light of Olwen's home, hopefully resting and recovering from the grueling battle not only did you survive, but were victorious in. The specters of your past defeated, and you are better for it. What are you doing, party?
Pop that out.
Iria is only resting for a moment, sort of going over in her mind what has happened, what she saw. Occasionally, her fingers would twitch as she intently stares at nothing, thinking. Eventually, however, her mind turns to other issues, and she pulls out the Mind Stone, letting it rest in her palm. I suppose now is as good a time as any.
I
She-
would suggest taking a prone position as Ashilda looks at the stone. Maybe, lay your head on that pillow before activating it so you don't, crack your skull.
Already sitting, she kind of smirks. Wise, I was planning on doing so. And then she pauses just before attuning to it. Looking down at her own armor, she sort of kicks herself mentally. Why didn't I think to do this first? And she will see if her armor has any interaction with the stone. Unable to give it specific commands, not knowing truly how it's built, she can only give it sort of the intent for it to hold the stone in some way and seeing what happens.
Taking the Mind Stone in your hand and sort of bringing it close to your breastplate, with that intent in mind, you would feel the stone pulled from your hands. The audible sound of metal connecting with metal as the Mind Stone becomes one with your breastplate, resting now in the center of it as if a divot had formed to make room. You would watch as small lines form around it, this deep purple color that sort of cracks like fissures up through your armor, as if following a pattern you cannot see. Until eventually the light in the center of the Mind Stone fades, and the light is dispersed through your breastplate. Roll me a wisdom save. Okay. Because of the item that you wear, you are not stunned. However, your mind is racked with memories that are not your own. What skill are you attempting to learn from your Mind Stone?
Does that change the story?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Now, this can be skills, like tool proficiencies, vehicle proficiencies, things like that.
Languages?
Maybe.
Well, shoot. I have several options I want to pick, but I was actually expecting to hear the story and then get asked. And then I was going to choose based off the story. I see you are an asshole. God
Smile.
damn it. You son of a bitch.
How about we put a pause there for you to figure it out,
All right.
and we'll go to the rest of the party. What is the rest of the party doing currently?
What's in this?
Looking inside, it appears to be a pitcher of wine.
Is it like room temperature?
No.
Oh, how?
Just cold wine. Well, just whatever is it? Wait, is it cold wine? Are
Yes.
you one of those people?
Jesus.
I'm not that type of person. Olwen's that type of person.
We're no longer friends, Olin.
Get fucked.
Could I tell it's cold?
Yeah. Although, you would also note that as you sort of get closer and even just sort of touch the pitcher that's here and sort of feel that cold, if you show any desire for it to change to like water or juice, anything like that, it'll change.
So she would know that?
It's a sort of feeling you would get upon touching it. Not your own knowledge, just something that is sort of supplanted in your mind upon touching it. As if the item is letting you know.
She will grab both handles with both hands, and it has transformed into hot cider, and she is just like really warm hot cider that she has not been able to enjoy. No hot, no nothing warm, and she is just reveling in it to the point where she's like through drinks kind of thing.
Okay.
Field is watching Silveril chug. Right? Are you okay?
She like wipes her lips with like the back of her pauldron. It had been some time since I had feelings anything warm. Anything warm.
You would note that every time you pull it away and sort of take a moment to catch your breath, it takes that time to refill itself.
We need to borrow this forever.
No, you won't. You little thief, you little vagrant. Get your own.
Miscreant. Yeah.
Shielda will walk over curiously. Kneel on the pillow. Alright. So how does this thing work?
Well,
She looks at her like, get your own. But after a brief moment of that expression of get your fucking own, she goes, I don't know. Really? I just know it felt like it would be anything I wanted.
Now I'm really curious. May I see it?
She looks at the jug.
I'll touch the jug and think of Dwarven firewater.
Silro is also holding the jug, not thinking of Dwarven firewater.
Both of
Or
you
hot
attempting
apple cider.
to touch it, wanting different things, it reverts to water.
Ah.
Sad ears from Silro. She peers down into the cup.
You would also know by looking at the map there's another pitcher and a bunch of other cups. You don't have to fight over one. There's another.
I know, but this is the one that I saw. You know what I mean? I saw her chugging from it. With this new information, she'll look around and go to one of the cups. Gonna pick up the cup and think of Dwarven firewater or Dwarven coffee, which is the firewater and the coffee together.
So, you would learn by holding the cup that it doesn't produce the liquid. Instead, once a liquid is poured into it, it can then sort of recreate it Until that point, it is empty. So you'll need to put something in it first for it to begin recreating it.
Just gonna get this sad. Because she doesn't have any dwarven fire, water, or coffee on her at the given moment.
Are you trying to get obliterated, or is this just really thirsty?
What do you mean?
Well, you're drinking that like it's going out of style.
I'm thirsty.
Hmm.
And it is hot.
Hmm.
It's just apple cider.
Hmm. Is it?
Yes.
Well, suddenly less exciting. Carry on. Just be my
Yeah.
you
Chugging
get
that
killers.
much liquid, you do eventually get full. Like,
Fuck it up, girl.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's very nice.
eventually you walk and slosh.
Suddenly, you have to. You have the.
Thankfully, his mic cut out.
I said you have the urge to visit the ladies' room. Ladder slain.
She kind of like leans back against this thing, like the like thing that soldiers do when they're drinking, where they like lean back, like ugh, like that's what she does. Kind of looks at the party, like not directly at anyone, just very happy.
Marana and Alaric, what are both of you doing?
Alaric has found this little corner for himself. He's sort of nestled into the pillows and cushions, and in this peaceful, silent atmosphere, he'll sort of withdraw into himself and spend a kind of meditative moment thinking on what Olwen told him the last time he was here, and addressing those feelings in him of rage and things.
Okay. Marana?
Marana has kind of pulled up over here onto some of the pillows and has more or less watched the enchantment that was previously placed on her weapon fade. And with a bit of a sigh, kind of clean off whatever spectral remnants may remain before sheathing the blade. Essentially just making sure her equipment is in order, as they'll likely be heading out in the morning.
Okay. Yuria. Have you figured out your skill?
I think so. And I don't think it's one anyone's going to expect. Because I'm a bastard. I would like to be proficient in painter's supplies.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead and make a story since you let me choose.
Wait, what did you pick?
Painter's supplies.
Interesting.
Okay. Go ahead and delete the Mind Stone from your sheet.
I love the idea that it just makes Yuria really good with them. Like she understands all the tools really well, but she just doesn't. She doesn't know how to paint. I know that this brush will create feathery, beautiful clouds, but what's a cloud look like when it's not dark and dreary?
So she's a critic.
Oh no.
Okay. Painter supplies. This is a story in the age of woe, when darkness covered the entire land. Light was only granted by the two sources here on the planet. The two stars gifted to man and elf. In the far east, under the golden flame, a bard named Erdan, an elven bard, was one of the few left who was able to compose and draw and bring about art where before it had fallen. Fear and cowardice had taken the elven people who hid from the creatures which roamed the land. But not him. For he, much like another you know, found beauty in all things. He found himself often beneath the boughs of the golden light, where he would paint those who traveled through, creatures who hunted, monsters who were slain. And he traveled to places that no mortal had ever gone before. Not willingly, at least. Through open rifts left by the abyss and the hells, he traveled, painting the creations left in the make of devils and demons, and what few celestials remained. With him always his supplies, his equipment, his paints. For pigments were rare to find, yet he was always guided to them. As if one of the Aranar, perhaps Elwyn or Sariel, guided his hand. But one day, fate would not be on his side. For years had passed in the Age of Woe, the elven people showing no sign of joining the fight against the creatures which waylay their home. Traveling to the Underdark, the last known refuge, he was attacked. While painting a drow capital, it came under siege by creatures he had never seen before, with machines unlike any. And though inspiration had struck to paint them, to draw them, terror took him, and he fled. But he was not fast enough. For eventually he was claimed by the creatures with strange tendrils hanging from their face. And they took him. Bound within the facility, he was not given the proper experimentations like other creatures who had been captured, turned into weapons. He was harvested for parts, ripped apart and used as fuel. His creativity finding no purpose in the Illithid Empire. And he was destroyed because of it. His final moments thinking on his first painting, the last sunrise, before the destruction of the High Seat. That image, that beautiful painting, seared in your mind as you wake up. Well, open your eyes at least.
Nice.
I'll have what she's having.
You do? Yuria, unlike the previous two, opens her eyes calmly, almost with like this finality. And she only just sort of heaves a gentle sigh at the tragedy of Erdan. Looking down at her fingers, she feels them sort of twitch, wanting to emulate what he did so long ago, the talent that he possessed, that he rightfully learned, and that she only stole with alien technology. She doesn't say anything, only wipes a single tear from her eye and looks up to see what the others are doing.
What is everybody else doing?
Silver's leaning, soldier leaning against this, holding this giant jug in her hand. Kind of reminiscing on the heat of it. It's steaming.
You'd see Ashilda kind of get this look of realization as she picks the cup up and walks over to the pitcher. And she picks up the pitcher with intent. And she's like, Dwarven coffee on the pitcher to see if it does it. Not the cup.
High or low?
Hi.
It does.
Great. Oh, great. And she pours some into the cup.
Poured into the cup. It is yours for consumption.
She's gonna walk her short little legs back to a pillow, sit down, and just open her book, study her spells, and relax.
Is there anything else, party?
Callum is just watching. He's watching everyone and kind of observing, probably stretching out sore muscles from being bloodied the day before.
Yuri lets out a long breath. Looking to sort of distract herself from the tragedy, she pulls out her own blade, noting the differences, the changes from its old self. She almost touches the blade to sort of see how it feels, but then pauses. Though she touches the hilt, she does not touch the actual metal, if you could call it that. And she would attune to that as well.
Attuning now to Goggalad. After it has consumed the soul of Nizathris, you would feel this rush, this chill that surges through your body, causing you to instinctually shudder before relaxing. Unlike the possession that Siluro had gone through, this chill is a comforting sensation. And you would hear a low rumble within the back of your mind.
There's sort of a sad smile as the thing almost seems to comfort her. She clears her throat, looking to Kellen and then Siluro, the closest to her. When do we leave?
Well, I suspect we need to go back. I think that's what Reynold told us to do, is come back right away, right?
I guess that makes sense. They all want to know what happened here, at least.
Well, I think they'll be happy to know that Silver is no longer.
Are you
What? I'm thinking. I pause sometimes when I talk.
Oh.
I'll be glad to know that Silver is no longer possessed or whatever that was.
All right.
But I think things here went about as well as they could have, if not painless.
She tries to respond, but can only. She suddenly sort of chokes as the another flash of Erdan's creations flashes in her mind, and she can only clear her throat.
And are you unwell? Is this place here not good for your temperament?
Her face hardens. You saw what happened with Ashilde and Alaric.
Well, yeah. But I wasn't going to pry. You'll tell us if you want to.
It was the life of an elf from very long ago, when even the stars and the light were different than they are now. He was an artist, a painter, a bard, I think. He created some very unique images before he and his people were forced to retreat into the Underdark, where he was captured by, well, you know.
So it didn't end well.
Of course not. How else would his memories be in this stone? After Ashilde and Alaric, I already knew how the ending went.
So what did you learn from this? Anything of use?
Her jaw tightens. Forgery and sorrow.
Well, I reckon I'm... Sorry, I'm having a stroke.
Calm down, brother.
Whoa. My whole brain just went to shit right then. Sorry about that. I had words and then they just fell apart. Fucking Caladan moment right there. Anyway. Well, I think that you probably have enough of the latter to go around. And hopefully not so much that it's overwhelming. Forgery, though. Interesting. I'm going to start writing documents.
Not that sort of forgery. He was a bard, not a lawyer. I think I'd like to start moving. She looks around at the golden shrine that they rest in, unable to not compare it to the final golden picture. The one that the elf thought of during his demise. And she grimaces. Are we leaving yet? Are we prepared?
Well, if we're eager to set off, I can find us the road back easy enough.
Why? Why are we so eager to leave?
I'm indifferent.
There is a certain... She seems unable to really explain it. I've never felt tragedy like that before. I've never seen beauty and felt sorrow. Now I am unable to stop.
So your answer for that is to just keep moving. You feel that?
My father always told me feelings like that that get boiled up inside of you have to be let out when you turn into a bag with too much in it and you break at the worst time. For me, it was usually exercise and training. For you, though, might have something better in mind.
Mhm.
I'm sons. Mine was also exercise and training.
Jewel crafting.
She huffs, clearly not enjoying it, as perhaps the others might. There's no snide remark or chuckle or the sort of cold humor that she might have normally. Instead, she simply pulls out the journal she bought, and you see she begins writing, flipping between writing and sort of sketching in the margins.
You would realize almost instantly that the sketches that you begin to do, the way that you do them, it's almost as if your muscles are sort of have changed. There's a familiarity here as your sort of charcoal stick brushes across the paper, and you begin to draw and make art.
She, at first, only doing this to get distract herself. She seems to get caught up, taking less and less notes in her sort of simple diary, and getting sort of lost in the sketches. Eventually, dedicating whole pages instead of just the margins. And she seems to get wrapped up in that, and would not speak or offer any further action until otherwise spoken to.
Feel the feeling that kind of difference in her casting. Like the way that her tattoos light up. Would look.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Did I miss something?
Just figuring out whatever the party's going to do.
I'll leave it up to everybody else. I will, I'm less pained than I was, so I can get our stuff, or well, my things together, and you'll let me know if we're leaving or staying.
DM, quick question.
Marana.
Have we spent the night here already?
I assume that's what everybody was role playing.
Ah,
So are we in the midst of the long rest?
That's what I assume it was.
Oh,
ah,
well, that puts a
very
different spin on it, doesn't it?
confused.
That puts a
Very
whole different
confused.
perspective on it, doesn't it?
That's what everybody was role playing. So I was like, all right.
Well, quick minor correction then. Well, I mentioned earlier about airing secrets and the like. I don't really know if it's much of a secret, but well, I guess it depends on whether you all want to hear it or not.
It can't get much worse, right? She grins playfully.
Well, I would hope not. Are you going to sit up, or you want to make me shout across this plaza?
She will close her book, let it levitate down to her hip, stand up, and walk over.
Silra will slide down on her butt. Sit down. Jug still in lap.
Galric might be peeing. Alright. Dum. Well, he might be in the bathroom or something. I don't know.
He's not.
Oh. Punch him in the face.
Pass.
Tickle him mercilessly?
He's just not responding to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Fair enough.
Adam,
What?
you good?
I am. What do you mean?
Oh, you were mentioned, Icily, to join us
When?
just a minute ago.
Right, but I didn't hear Alaric at all.
Oh, you dummy. Well, anyway. Kellen just asked if they wanted to join them over there, so he didn't have to shout across the plaza thing. That was all.
Right, so for a moment, Alaric is irresponsive, obviously.
Mhm.
But eventually, one eye is prised open, and he looks across the pool to the group. Slowly, he unfurls up to his feet, picks Verdict off of the ground, and trudges along.
So I'll just move under this little lamp thing to make more room. Well, I will make it easy. Some of you, well, everyone but Ashilde, if you remember back in the keep, Hain mentioned my father on more than one occasion. And was never really elaborated on, and no one ever asked, but perhaps it'll be important one day. My father is a knight. His name is Aaron Aldane, or the half-elven, depending on who you ask. I don't know if anyone...
You cut out.
I said I don't know if anyone knows who that is, or whatever, but that is up to you guys if you want to know who that is.
Is... I mean, are they from around here?
Mm-hmm. Well, a little north, but they're... I
He's
don't know.
in the Ettenmore.
It was in the Attenmore still, wasn't it, DM?
Yes.
Can we history check that, maybe?
If you would like, absolutely.
Okay.
That was kind of my
History.
pause. My pause was to see if anyone did want a history, so there you go.
I would say the only person who probably wouldn't know would be they don't very much care for for knights up there in Mount Grove.
No.
Yeah, Vinheim doesn't really like they have their own sort of nightly orders
Protectors.
and everything like that. So The idea of like knowing these famous knights isn't really something Marana would have learned unless she went out of her way to learn about like knights, like these historic figures. So that's up to you, Marana.
She wasn't educated in some things pertinent to her family, but she was given a noble's education. So perhaps that is not quite enough to recall one specific war hero or another.
Divulge whatever information you think is relevant to a 20 and a 21, Kellen.
That seems pretty high. So Aaron Aldane is a knight of the realm. It's not just a knight, but it's like, you can correct me, DM. But my understanding is basically like being a war hero that a lot of people in a region, if not the surrounding regions, would know about pretty well.
They are
So, yeah.
considered generally a minor lord. They are
There you go.
referred to as my lord or my lady. And often they are venerated, and they are like, they have numerous sort of accolades and achievements under their belt.
Was he landed?
Yes, he was well beyond landed, in fact. To become a knight of the realm, you must first be a landed knight.
It's like you were a lord, then you got famous for winning a bunch of nasty ass fights. And in the case of this guy, rather than going to court to become like a court individual, he retired to raise his son.
So he sort of refused the honor of becoming a courtier, and he just sort of went back to his land to raise his son.
Yeah, instead of being given like a keep with a huge, like, instead of becoming like a baron, right, which is generally what is the ultimate sort of goal for a knight of the realm, is to become a courtier, to become like a baron, given a huge swath of land and everything like that. He is given land, but no keep. So he is given a sizable, a sizable farm with, people to help him and tend to it. He would know comfort, effectively.
Yep. So I suppose my lineage isn't as plain as I let off, and it wasn't really intentional to deceive anyone. I just didn't feel like it was important, I guess.
Keep role-playing a bareback.
That is your father?
Yes?
So you're a noble,
Apparently.
apparently. All the dancing you did around me, mocking me for being a noble, and now I get to find out you're a noble?
My hypocrisy only goes so far, it seems.
Rather far, rather glaring even.
I wanted you all to see me as I am. I wanted to be a friend and a comrade without any assumptions.
Well, I always assumed you to be noble. This doesn't change anything.
Well, I guess since we've all been slowly trickling out our various backgrounds and hidden information, I should just come clean with mine. I know it's not very explosive or revelatory, but there it is.
We still appreciate it.
Well, I guess the other part is my mother is also in the Grey Watch and one of its commanders. So
I'm back.
So there's that.
So you are a noble after all.
as it turns out. Apologies if I didn't make it super clear, but
Son
I
of a
almost
knight.
chosen.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Son of a knight and a commander. You kept this from us. Why?
well, like I said, I didn't really feel that it was important. We were in a prison, for one, and then we are in the middle of the wilderness with nothing and nobody but ourselves. And then we're in a village that may not even be on a map, for all we know. At any point in that time, that information didn't really seem important with all the various madness that we've been surrounded with.
True.
And I admit that, like I said before, I just wanted to prove myself to you all without that over me. I don't need the help of being a noble to hopefully show that I'm worthy of everybody here.
We're getting all honest now with each other.
Seems so. And just like you seek these shards of Thorloon, I also have a vested interest. Though it seems to stem more from lineage than any actual knowledge.
Alright, so I don't like elves due to their constant teasing and Orias, and secretly I'm jealous of them because they were able to cast a lot easier than I was.
Maybe that's a bit too honest.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
after this recent image, this recent vision, does Thorlin now strike any bells?
Yes.
Ah.
You'd have seen it in its entirety. You'd have seen his paintings, of Verdan's paintings of Thorlin. Sadly, he died before it shattered. Rather, thankfully, he died before it shattered, as he did not see its destruction, and the beauty of it is captured forever in his memory when it was whole.
At the mention of the shards of Thorlin, Yuria drops her. What would she have? Her pen, and let out almost like this half sniffle, half sob, as the image, both of the painting, and I'm assuming he actually saw the
Indeed.
tree, as the image of that beauty strikes her like a hot flash. Tears start to roll down her face.
Are you okay? I mean, was that too honest?
She doesn't seem to really understand what you're saying. And with the sorrow of both Erdain and sort of the trials she's faced in this journey, the sort of it sort of forces her into the reflection of her own sort of state, and this sort of compounding of anxiety. She just begins to she covers her face and just starts to sob.
We're having one of them type of cries. Alright. I'll pull her hair back.
Gillen is leaning
Breathe.
away, like checking himself. Did I fucking stab this girl, or what? What happened?
Breathe. You need to breathe. I've also found that counting helps.
Kellen quietly slips through, retreats, ejecting like the true hero he is.
Gonna
follow real quick. Very awkward
Nice.
scramble.
The dude's
Not
faced
quite
with
as
1
subtle.
ounce of emotion. No, thank you. And then
Oh.
proceeds to run away.
Oh,
Cringe.
Why?
Holy fuck.
Gets up next to Marana and leans in.
Jesus.
This desert
Oh
crying
my
wolf.
god.
What happens now?
All right, breathe in, 1, 2, 3. Breathe out, 1, 2, 3.
Rather than listening to your instructions, she would eventually let go of her face and inhale, sort of detach herself. And eventually the sobbing would die down.
I'll release
And she
her
would
hair back
then-
so it's not tear stained.
She would then sort of focus on breathing.
All right, Yuria, count it out. It helps.
She will try to wipe away the tears, clearing her throat several times again, and pushing her own hair out of her face, attempting to sort of regain her composure. She weakly mutters, "Thank you, Shiode, I'm all right."
I've had a moment similar to this. It's when I realized that somatic components were a problem for me. And I thought I would never be able to cast. So everything just kind of... So, took me a little bit, but I just found thrive in it, and maybe you can find thrive in your new feelings. But they do take a wee bit of time getting used to.
Whereas
And there's your one-
before, the rumbles in the back of your mind had often been threatening. These are ones of comfort or soothing. As if Galgalad is attempting to ease the burden on your heart.
I can't believe the Eldritch Patron is less toxic than my actual party members. This would soothe her. Much like a purring cat on your chest, she would find comfort in it, and eventually she would calm down. Face uncharacteristically reddened by the outburst. She straightens, not so standing, but straightening where she sat. Apologies. That I don't want to bring down a victory.
But this
She's-
just shows me more as a person.
Thank you, Shiode. But let's turn our attention to our next move, please.
Alright, the lot. What are we doing after we rest?
We are going back, no?
That's what I thought.
Great, maybe it's best we, rest up and then be on our way. They're probably worrying about Silveril. I know I would be.
Right. Gonna go back to meditating now?
Do you have any secrets or anything you wish to share with everybody?
No.
Yes, you do.
Which?
I thought your recent transformations were because of your connection to your god.
You deny it. You say that you have no connection with your god anymore. So why is it that you twist into a beast and rip at things with your claws, throwing yourself in harm's way with no armor or shield?
He does use a shield. Not really the important part, sorry.
As Uriel lays the premise, already Alaric is like shrugging with his hands.
If I could come up with a theory, some kind of postulation, I would give it to you. But I don't know. The reason I say it cannot be Shilir is because I was already connected to Shilir before. Already he answered my prayers, my thoughts. And it felt different. There was no heaviness, no complications. This is different. Besides, I do not even see myself when it happens. I only hear what you tell me.
Oh. So you are not aware of your own actions?
See it this way. I perceive myself as I am now, no differently. And I am always, always angry when I am like that. Everything is covered in red, if that makes sense. There's no time for introspection.
Hmm. Some might call that dangerous.
I agree.
Not just for the one you're mauling.
Trust me, I know.
Should we talk about it with Olwen?
I had planned to, but he walked away. Yet something tells me he may have already told me everything I need to know. When we first came here, he sensed it. This resentment in me. And he told me to quell it. To perhaps keep it down in some way. But I can't beat it. I can't. And when we fight and whenever we're in danger, it bubbles up like a boiling kettle.
Like steam.
Just us. I've never hurt any of you, have I? At least I hope not.
Not from your rage, no. There was one time, but it was with the prodding and spellcraft of the mouth.
You told me. All I can say on that, to clarify and assuage worries, and Alaric sort of sweeps his attention among the various faces, is that I will try and control it, understand it in some way. But you know more than I know, as you get to see me be as I am when it happens. I don't.
What an odd grouping we make.
We're only getting other, huh?
Apparently so. Except Siluril, who hopefully feels more normal than ever. Her eyes peel towards the elf.
Silver's sitting, clutching a large jug. If I am honest, it wasn't that I didn't feel myself. What is more frightening is did. Each moment it felt normal.
Well, perhaps this normal is now more comparable to who you were before the mace took its hold. Excuse me, the flail.
You know. I'm glad you feel warmth again.
We had really no idea what was happening. We didn't know that there was a problem until Guinevere said something.
Neither did I.
Well, I don't think anyone can blame themselves. If we had known Siluril perhaps longer, or knew more about the nature of dragons and magic weapons, we might feel like fools, but she shrugs. What's important is that it is over.
Silveril's eyes kind of glance at her at Daria's blade.
Still looking at Siluril, she smiles softly. I assure you, it is finished. Lysatheris, at least.
Silveril kind of puzzles her brows for a moment before just shaking it off.
Would you like me to prove it? Here. She pulls her own blade and then offers the hilt to Siluril.
It's almost like a, like a.
She catches herself. Oh, right.
I have no interest in meeting him again. In any else.
The faint smile falters. You don't believe me, then?
I did not say that. I just don't understand it. Were my mind able to understand exactly what you mean, I would have more ease. For now I can only take you for what you are. She nods to her.
Iria sheaths her blade. I would show you his final moments, but, well, it wouldn't prove anything, and the image would probably ruin the evening. I think she rises, getting to her feet. I think I'm going to go for a walk, clear my head.
Do you want company?
She considers. I am unbothered either way.
Silver's face goes.
Hmm. If you wish to come along, I will not begrudge it. But it will not upset me if you wish to stay here and rest.
I'll use some time to clear yourself. If you so wish for company, merely call out.
Very well. With that, she'll wander out of the shrine.
Okay.
Spending some time to sort of wander the grove.
Is there anything else the party would like to do?
I think I'm okay for now. If something else comes up.
Now's the time to speak up or forever hold your peace.
I think at some point during the evening when perhaps people have dispersed a little bit, Morana might not necessarily creep up on him, being that Alaric is about 4 times her mass. But she would kind of come up beside him and not necessarily hide her presence, but not try to take too much attention away from his meditation, just sort of waiting and kind of see if he chooses to acknowledge her or not.
Alaric sort of sat astride there on the ground, slumped over like some great half-poor sack of rice. He's not as meditative as he hopes he could be. He's always sort of slow-moving, scratching, sniffing at the air, chewing like a big dull cow, trying to look like he had no killing in him, no mad fury, no devil in him. And eventually, some kind of impatience makes one eye prise open, and he looks, turns, and sees Morana there. You all right?
She kind of smirks a little. As alright as any one of us is after that. And she kind of gestures to the pool. But I was wondering about you. You may have been not so keen to talk in front of the others, but suppose I just wanted to understand a bit more about, well... And she kind of makes a gesture akin to a beast raking its claws.
As she
Not
explained,
large, overly dramatic, but just kind of a subtle, almost scratch.
like the mask coming off, in a sense.
Mm.
Yeah, his attention has sort of veered to the ground as Marana speaks, nodding slowly, listening.
It was hard, especially as this has never happened to me before. But I worry mostly for you, for all of you.
It's, well, it feels like sometimes you're having thoughts that are not your own, but at the same time in your voice, does it not? When it comes down to that.
His expression sort of reflects an understanding, as though she were speaking his very thoughts.
It is very overwhelming. The voices, they go from suggestions to just reality, as though I could never fathom anything else. Takes control of me. The anger. It is like a curse, almost. Is that how it feels for you?
Sort of an instinct you never asked for.
Right.
Yes. Yes, it's like that.
How do you control it, Morana?
For most of my life, it was less control and more contain. Not of my own volition, mind you. How much do you know of Malgrove?
DM. May I roll a history check on that?
I must say no.
I see.
Rofield, Yetenmore, Kareem. Your travels would have never taken you to Vinheim.
Okay.
And I don't imagine Malgrove sends any people to participate in tournaments.
That's kind of seen as frivolity.
Indeed. So no.
So the name is clearly familiar in his expression, but immediately he sort of furrows his brows and gives a very slow shake of the head.
My home is... as much an estate as it is a fortress, by necessity. And believe me, it is as good at keeping things in as it is at keeping them out.
Oh. They threw you in a room, locked it, threw the key away, and hoped you kick it cold turkey.
You're not entirely wrong, but no. Everything was carefully measured, every inch interaction I had with outsiders monitored. I was watched and forgotten about in equal measure.
For how long did you live such a curated life?
There's no verbal response, at least, but Marana's eyes kind of soften. You can tell her brow knits, and a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes just sort of plays upon her lips.
He sort of returns the gesture in a sense. He smiles contemplatively, just understanding through this very subtle swirl of emotions, and lowers his eyes down to the pool.
Did it help at all, you think?
I don't know. This is the first time it's been out in the world.
Your father. He must have expected something from you by now, right?
The only thing he expected of me right now is to be married to a stuffy old lord in a keep.
Do they not want to hear from you, you think?
She just sort of sighs, pulling her knees up to her chest. And then what? I reach out. They come collect me. And before you know it, my father is back to sending proposals across the land. And I can sit in my fortress home and either wait until some elderly lord or young fool comes to possess me.
And in the end, it ends the same. From one cage to another.
The only thing is that my family would know what's inside.
Is that where you stayed?
He sort of gestures to the group as a whole.
And she kind of looks around and then back upwards at Alaric and kind of gives a single nod. I had a chance. With the exception of the clothes and the food, Hain Keep seemed rather routine.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I can now see why you would compromise and stay, however loathsome and unbearable. I'd rather deal with Silmaril than go back to that.
Well, Reynold helped a little bit on that front. But memorable, if not always pleasant. I've been to my first festival, and I admittedly slew my first monsters.
Also met that farmer boy, right? You gonna see him again?
She kind of looks an appraising eye at Alaric to see what he's trying to get at.
Oh, he is absolutely unable to hide suggestion in how he looks back at her. His left brow has gone entirely untethered up. What? It's a time for adventure, no? Killing monsters, meeting new people, new beautiful people, everywhere we go.
It would be nice to make a friend outside of you lot. I have to have someone I can talk about you with.
Of course. Especially if one of us disagrees with something, you'd have to wake up to see their disagreeing faces again, as you have for a while now.
Ultimately, though, Alaric, I just wanted to let you know you're not alone. It's not easy, but I guess the old adage is true. Misery really does love company.
Reckon it does. How about we keep check on each other and we count ourselves fortunate because of it?
She seems to think about it, mull it over, and eventually seems to nod a little bit, pensively.
As she gives it a good chew, there's this sort of snort-infused laughter from him, right? Looking up to the pool. Why are you playing hard? Of course you want my help, just say yes.
Immediately, her expression goes from like shock, what did I say wrong, to like nigh deadpan. But it's not completely earnest in all of its exasperatedness. There might be the threat of a smile there, but she maintains the faux disapproval. And with a pointed elbow kind of jabs at him.
Sort of twist under the arm, feigning injury.
Ah, the flea that felled the lion man. And lo, you are laid asunder.
Heard the one about the Titan who was felled by a rook?
Well, that one's pure fairy tale.
Oh, it was a sling.
And I kind of imagine from there they kind of perhaps argue the validity of the various tales of heroism.
Are David and Goliath in tears? Yes.
Yes, I imagine Alaric arguing on the side of heroism and Marana being like, no, that wouldn't be possible.
Oh, absolutely. That is one uphill battle he'd take.
Perfect. As that's happening, we'll say that the rest of the night, the rest of the evening, as the light within Olwen's domain settles and calms, and a Darkness, not oppressive in nature, but comforting, falls over Olwen's domain, and the spirits rest, as do all of you. And it would not be long before eventually Olwen would return, sometime as you all are resting, finding himself sort of sat back where he had been previously when the party found him, laid within the pillows and resting. And as the new day comes to greet all of you, no worry, no stress during your sleep. It is a quiet rest. And as it is the 24th day of dawn, Siluril, the energy taken from you, pulled from you, is restored.
Oh my god, I'm
Your charisma returns back to its previous score.
free.
You did it.
You can remove the 24 from your character sheet.
Beautiful.
What? You got a 24 charisma? Very nice.
No. I told her to mark 24 on her character sheet. So your charisma score goes back up. You all awake and are treated to breakfast and comforts again. Olwen looking to all of you. The path is clear for you and yours, should you wish to travel.
I suppose you have encountered those Morlings that I mentioned the last time we were here.
None that I found during my travels, no.
That's probably a good thing, really. Maybe they're gone.
Olwen, I note you never asked us about Sabine's whereabouts. Are you perhaps already aware?
I am. It is also not my place to pry.
Do you know how she fares?
When last I saw, she was doing quite well for herself.
Yuri snorts.
She does not suffer, if that's what you mean, or mean to ask.
I was more interested if she was happy with her choice. But I suppose that information not much matters.
You'll find that when you leave this place and return back to Eliant, the spirits here will impart upon you a boon for having freed them from the hold of Nisathris.
Oh. Right.
Uriat stands in the middle and then sort of gives like a formal, a very elven bow. I feel it is necessary that we thank you for what you've done here.
It brought me much happiness that you sought my help, that I could be of aid to you and yours.
Alaric sort of perks up for a moment. His lips sort of pressed together as though he's doubting to even ask, but
Olwyn, why don't you extend to us the same thing you gave Siluril, so that we can come help you, all of us, when need be?
You see his eyes sort of drift over the party, taking in each person, one by one, and sort of weighing, as if weighing your soul, so to speak. Though I am thankful for your help and the aid you have offered me, I fear that for some of you, your paths pull from me and drive you in other directions. To bind you all to my service would stifle your growth. But you needn't worry. Should the situation be dire, and I need more than the stalwart help of Silveril, I will pull you all, and you will find yourself back in my domain. Of course, if you are willing.
he sort of dips his head deferentially and looks to the rest of the party, seeming satisfied with the question, like a big smile on his face.
Well, nothing to worry about then.
I
Oh,
wouldn't say nothing, but it assuages some fears.
Hmm.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm afraid I would be dishonest if I told you the years I have lived. For after a while, they all blend together and become one.
DM, how common knowledge is sort of the title, the Age of Woe? Is that something that sort of everyone kind of has at least heard about?
It is one of the many names given to the third age. It is more commonly a sort of human phrase for it. The Age of Woe.
Oh, when I peered into a strange device
one we found in our travels. I was confronted with the memory of an elf during the Third Age. He saw much during his travels. Things that I don't think even he could explain. Did you ever meet an elf by the name of Erdan?
I'm afraid I haven't. Perhaps my father before me. But he has long since passed.
Yes, yes, he has. What of his people? Have you met any elves during the Age of War? A group in particular that at one point had to flee into the Underdark to survive?
I am afraid, Yuri, that my time, my birth, came when the land had already been shattered. But Bahamut had returned.
Oh. All right. Well, it was a slim chance, anyway. I guess I'll go have to ask Bahamut.
There is an amused sort of feeling that comes from Olwen at the idea of you seeking out the Platinum Father, one of the Aranar, to ask him this question if you met Erdan.
The question was very much in jest, as she herself returns a small smile before slipping her helmet on once again. Moving over to collect her things. She would take a moment to do just that.
Is there anything else, party, before you head out?
At some point before we leave, Silver would ask Orwin what his favorite type of music is.
I enjoy that which inspires, that brings fire to one's heart.
Power metal. Got it.
Perhaps.
Oh,
Let's fucking go.
listens to one chord in an electric guitar, instantly turns into a nightmare. Now that's metal. Damn, I think we're ready to head out.
Yuppers.
Perfect. As the party has packed their things and begun making their way out with Olwen's farewell and blessing, the trees would part for you. And as they do, those motes of light that drift through the air begin being pulled towards the party. You would hear as Olwen speaks through the trees around you. Many of them had said their farewells. The final vestiges of their power are given freely to you and yours. They do so willingly, as thanks for freeing them. May you use it for good, and may it help you on the journeys that you have yet to undertake. For some of you, the effect isn't noticeable. It bears no signs on your outward appearance. For others, it does. For Ashilde, your tattoos now show some differences. You would see that they have celestial script inscribed in some portions of them. For Siluriel, your tattoos become more elaborate, spreading up your forearms as if being added to and following the same patterns. For others, it's a feeling. This core of warmth settled within yourself that spreads outwards. Perhaps more noticeable features on some and not so noticeable on others. You now have access to your level 5 abilities. Boons granted by the spirits freed from Nizathras' wrath. Use them wisely.
Yay, I get a hit twice. Let's go.
And as the party begins making their way out, Alaric, you would hear in your mind alone, for you in particular, young Alaric, I spoke to the creature whom you slew, the nightmare manticore, a being suffused with dark energy who has been freed. I asked them to impart some guidance upon you, as I feel now within your soul you have succumbed to the curse. A warning I understand you were not able to heed. The situations you were put in, the life of your friends, your own, threatened. There is no blame I put upon you. I only offer guidance. You must control that, the rage you feel, lest it consumes your entire person, and you become nothing more than a destructive force unleashed upon the world.
As they were about to step out, Alaric in particular, he sort of stops once he feels that calm voice in his head. He lowers his head a tad, looking at the ground, his shoulders slouching, taking it all but with shame. Ashamed. He nods quietly.
Though you may not feel it, Shiliu's blessing, the Wild Father, is still within you. Look to it for guidance in moments of doubt, when your mind is clouded, and it will offer clarity. Safe travels, young Alaric.
This gets him. He nods intently immediately and looks off to Olwen with a hopeful gaze. Sort of taking in the news. Finally looking away with a certain heaviness as the responsibility sets on his shoulders.
And with that, the party leaves Olwen's domain. Back into the world around you. The golden light, the autumn trees fading now, returning to tall, looming pines. Catching the early morning sun rising all around you. Where is your destination, party?
I believe we head back to town.
Indeed.
Who's leading, I suppose, is the next question.
Correct.
Who wants to lead? I can do it if we want speed, obviously. Shut up.
Silril would look interested in speed.
Everyone except Yuria. Or anyone except for Yuria. Who wants to lead? Everyone raise your hands. Not you, Yuria.
Sedge.
I'm just kidding. Well, yeah, if no one's gonna pipe up otherwise, I guess Kellen will lead. Easy peasy.
Who is spotting? If anyone at all.
Someone volunteer!
Well, right now Yuri kind of feels like jelly with how much her head's been sort of adjusted and changed, and now even her motor controls have been changed. She kind of feels unknowing of her own form, so she's not really volunteering for any of that.
Miranda could keep an eye out.
There we go.
Okay. Go ahead as we change this up real quick. Let's do...
Silril seems oddly wistful. Her head in the crowd.
All right. Go ahead and pick your hex and roll me that encounter dice. Marana,
Which
roll
is
me a
eight.
perception check.
Counter dice is a D12, correct?
It hasn't changed.
I'm just making sure. Jeez. Cool.
All right. Have you moved the thing?
I think I did just now, yes.
Okay. Oof.
All right. Thankfully, there is no issue. Passing back through this area brings you back into the territory of the Wasp Queen. And as you are still allies, as you are still in her good graces, there is no conflict here. You are allowed to pass, if not even guided by some of the wasps in service to the Queen, out of this area with no conflict. Any creatures who maybe wish to challenge you do not, as you are being escorted. A 9 perception reveals nothing of interest.
The sugar mama's happy to see Alric again.
Pick your next hex.
But not you, you're stinky.
Yeah, I'm stinky.
You are a stinky bastard, man.
Kellen is quite clean. Thank you!
Another d12, please.
I don't know, fairy queen should...
Ranger boy? Ranger boy ain't clean. Roll me a d12.
Ranger
Another
boy.
perception.
Perception as well, yes. Unless you're changing up spotters.
Ranger boy keeps himself very clean. Shut up.
Oof.
Leave me alone.
Nice. Very good.
Mirana's
Give
roll.
me a moment.
Back at it again.
And
You
before
see nothing?
Kellen develops a complex, so he
Yes.
goes and learns Prestige just to stay clean.
He's like, I'll show you. I'm always clean, damn it! I twitch.
Kellen
Anytime we
invents
ask him,
I smell. Not me!
Kellen stocks cedar soap.
Yeah. What does that smell? It's soap!
You guys are in grasslands currently. Give me a moment.
What does that mean?
Rock
The-
time.
grass.
The territory you're in. You're in tall grass, effectively.
We're out touching
Okay.
grass. We're doing the thing, right?
Pokemans are coming.
Oh,
no,
good.
not another Zubat.
Okay.
Be doof, thank you.
No.
Okay. As the party is traveling along, overhead,
Oh, fuck.
you would
Hurrah.
see a shadow cast.
Well.
Roll another d20. Give me a second.
Holy shit.
11 shadows cast.
You would see, as you're walking, as the party is traveling, though not caught by Marana, not at least not as this creature has already sort of made its presence known, you would watch as a relatively large shadow, not huge, but large, descends from the sky. You would watch its wings pull inwards for a moment as, off in the distance, maybe no more than 300 feet away, you would watch a giant eagle swoop down, picking up what appears to be a fox. You would hear the cries of the fox as the giant eagle then soars back upwards.
Did you say giant?
I'm saying a large eagle, meaning a 2x2.
Gotcha.
Oh. So like the
Large.
kind that actually eat deer.
Yes. It's
Nice.
huge.
Golden eagle.
It's but a snack.
You would watch as it flies down with a speed unlike anything you've seen, grabbing a fox before the fox could even react and soaring back up into the air.
Blink, blink, blink.
What are you doing, party?
Is it normal for eagles to hunt foxes?
Yeah. Golden eagles in like Mongolia will take off with little kids.
Interesting.
Fuck off.
Absolutely terrifying. It is a real thing. You can look it up.
I don't want to. They don't know where I am.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Tyros.
Yeah, no, that's real life, man.
Mongolia.
I think from here on, it's probably going to be either we wait for this hunting party of eagles to leave and
One
try
eagle.
and hunt her down. One eagle.
One
Oh.
eagle. And he has
Okay.
the eagle got its hunt. You would see it pick it up, and if nobody interferes, it soars up, makes its way towards a sort of into a different sort of path from you, almost as if it's heading west, and just sort of
Yeah,
flies off with the fox.
Yeah, it can go back home. That's fine.
Is this fox unique in any way?
Nope.
Okay.
It's a fox.
Get
The
fucked.
the only thing that you hear are its screams as it's being carried away.
I think with that, we all collectively blink and keep going and
Yo,
look up.
holy shit.
Yeah. Huh. So it elicits a huh from Kellen.
Okay. Go ahead and pick your next hex.
That
Well then.
fox was actually a quest giver.
More.
He's gone now.
Random encounters, baby.
That's random.
Staying along the
Another-
river. Okay. Yep. Another encounter dice and another perception check.
There goes that druid.
Eh,
Did I tell you I tamed a druid in WoW the other day? A real fucking weird experience. Person changed into a spider, and I tamed it.
Don't like that.
Kinky.
Encounter dice, please.
Ellen, do your thing.
Countered it. I thought I hit roll. Roll.
Oh god.
Roll. No.
Well, it's
here we are.
unrolled.
Look what you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll for blame.
Give me a moment. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh
Why?
boy.
Take me to your best friend's house.
Another eagle comes.
Staying
Remember all
in
those
the
cool
things we got?
grasslands.
The eagle was foreshadowing for the rock that is about to pick up Kellen.
Okay. Oh. All right.
Yeah.
It's a what?
Yeah.
I see. Give me a moment. Okay. Traveling into this next portion of the river, following it up and trying to find that sort of shallow portion that you had passed along previously, you would see along the river, maybe no more than a couple 100 feet away, but still very much present due to the size of them. You would see what appear to be these large, sort of broad-bodied, feathered creatures with wings sort of closed in on their backs. Their sort of beaks catching what appear to be fish from the river, as a number of griffins, about 3 of them, are in the process of sort of just recuperating from what appears to be a previous encounter, as against their otherwise very bright plumage, this sort of like white and gray and brown that takes over their skin and their feathers, you would see that there are streaks of red across their frames. They appear to just be recuperating. But as they see you, they sort of hunker down for a moment. They stare at you.
Can I tell from where we are what kind of wounds they might have, if any?
They're wounded, but you cannot tell what type. Not from
Like,
this
no-
far.
Are there like arrows sticking out, I guess, is the big one I'd want to ask first.
Not that you can see from this far.
Let's see if I can do some rangery nonsense.
How many griffins are there?
3.
3.
But I had something. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Why is it on the bottom? My primeval awareness got sliced off. Unless... Oh, no, here's the full. Additionally, if there are multiple... I can't tell if the whole thing takes a spell slot or just the second half, but here you go. The second paragraph, I think, is the big one in this case.
Yeah, it's part of the spending a spell slot.
Okay, well, I'll still spend the spell slot. I was just unsure.
Sure. Yeah, you'd sense your favorite enemy, which is monstrosities.
Second half.
There are
is
3
more
of them right there.
Yes. Yes.
Boom.
Let's go, guys. Attack! But the second paragraph in that, simple ideas, and can read its basic mood and intent. You learn its emotional state, whether it's affected by magic, short-term needs, and actions you can take, if any, to persuade it to not attack. That part.
With beasts.
Well, they are my favorite, in the favored foe category. Does it give me any leeway? I forgot there were monstrosities. So if not, it's fine.
Let me double check.
I did forget, even after you just said it. Actually, you just said it. Yeah, we'll see. Either way is fine.
Callan be like, look at those majestic beasts.
It's like just one behind him, just swooping.
Griffins push up their glass. Actually, we are classified as monstrosities.
Yeah. Excuse me?
Despite
Actually?
their very regal appearance, they are still monstrosities and are not affected by your primeval awareness. When it says beasts, it means beasts. Bears,
Interesting.
deers, things like that.
Yeah, so if we come across well, actually a dire bear would probably be a monstrosity, wouldn't it?
You have to find out.
Fair enough. Well, fine. If I can't use primeval awareness, can I do like animal handling or nature to like do some kind of weird communication thingy with them?
You can
This-
certainly try. How are you approaching them, first off? Because they see you.
Are they across the river from us?
No, they're on the same side of the river as you, about a couple 100 feet away. And as they've seen all of you, they are immediately on edge. You would see their plumage around their neck sort of flare outwards, their wings sort of lifted upwards as if ready to bolt
Okay.
or attack.
Or that. Okay, let's get creative. I think just falling back on like his studies of the natural world while training. These beasts being an amalgamation of eagles and lions, if I'm correct. Is that correct? Lion, eagle, bird, something like that. It's been a second. He will do like hold his arms out to his side and do like the very I guess you would call it like a courtly bow. It's like you have one leg forward and then you bend almost in half kind of to bow your head. And then try to encourage the rest of the party to join him in the same action with a kind of like a gesture of his hand, a very subtle one, like, come on, guys.
Hilda will just have this look of, and she'll curtsy the best way she knows how, which is not well at all.
Fair enough.
Is everybody following along?
Absolutely.
Yuria looks very dubious about this at first. But seeing other people's doing it, and after experiencing Olwen, she will sort of hesitantly simulate the bow, sort of awkwardly getting into position, trying to keep her head up so that she's like exposing her neck to these things.
Marana?
Yes, kind of following suit, seeing that maybe it's less of a majestic bow, but more of a supplicating one.
Pretty much.
To kind of bodily indicate not a threat.
Silro, Alric?
Alrickson, yeah.
He's pretty much pressed up to Kellen.
Mhm.
Kind of mimicking the gesture of appearing just harmless in a sense, but because he's so enormous, it's sort of clumsy, right?
Okay.
Silver would most definitely kind of eye them up, and she would bow her head, but she's still very prepared.
All right, Kel, go ahead and roll me an animal handling.
Are these like, while he rolls that, are these like mythical creatures here, or are they just normal, rather monstrosities?
I knew it.
Griffins have some mythos around them, yeah.
Cool.
Why don't you roll me a history check?
Because I'm all for the Silver's all for the like, you know, hero stories as a kid kind of thing. And the cool whatever stories.
In this current instance, your mind wandering, that whimsical sort of nature to you currently. Today, at least, nothing really about or at least nothing immediately about griffins sort of comes to mind. And you, they're still very fascinating and very, very pretty to look at, but really sort of trying to pull any memories or history about them doesn't really seem to work. And
Okay.
Kellen, as you sort of approach with the rest of the party, attempting to act in that sort of supplicating manner, the griffins sort of, one of them sort of unleashes this very shrill cry, this sound that is sort of dreaded and feared by like caravans and things like that. When like a rogue griffin is on its own, it doesn't have a sort of group to belong to. It's sort of that warning of don't get closer.
Yeah, the F off cry. All
Yeah,
right. Go
Now
ahead.
that we're close, is it readily apparent that it may have some issues at all? Perhaps hasn't eaten in a while, hasn't, gotten any rest. Is it injured in some way?
Oh yeah, I forgot all the like animals and monsters were like starving.
Roll me an insight check. Hold on. As that cry sort of rings out, you note that the sound is more hoarse, as if it's a strained noise for the creature to make. And looking at them, you would see that they're, upon closer inspection, as the party has gotten somewhat closer before that cry was echoed, you would see that they do sort of have that sort of gaunt look to them, where the skin is sort of pulled tightly over the bones. And you would see that the wounds aren't like arrows or weapons. These are like deep claw-like gashes across their flanks.
Judging the creature when it comes to food, in terms of numbers, how much supply would Alaric need to feed it? How much would it dig at us?
A lot. Griffins eat a lot.
They're like bigger than horses, so
To even train one is like, it's rumored to like put people in debt because of how much they eat. They are a lion and an eagle combined. So
yeah,
perhaps trying to feed it would just tempt its appetite and make it worse, because we probably wouldn't be able to feed it entirely.
You would have to try to appease all three of them, and I'm going to be honest, you would burn through all of your rations and then some.
And being a beast as it is, it might put the logical connection that you equal food. Perhaps more literally.
Or you have food, and then we get followed to Elion, and all of the livestock get eaten.
That's either one of those is bad.
Who did this?
As as it stands currently, the griffins are not looking for a fight. At least they're not outwardly attacking you. But if you encroach any further, that one warning that you got will be it.
I think Kellen will suggest that we back up and go around, essentially. But I think he would like to keep his eyes out for what they might have run into. If there's like a battle site or corpses, that whole thing.
Well, do you want to explore this hex, thus pushing back your travel? Because you're already at the end of your day. You've traveled 3 hexes. It's night.
Probably not a good idea to go spelunking around in the dark.
Yeah, I guess. Well, why don't we find a campsite far enough away to not pester them.
Okay.
And maybe we can explore in the morning or something. I don't know.
Could it still be within view of them? I think Alaric would like to watch them. See what they do from a safe distance, right?
There has come a point where night does settle and you cannot see them anymore.
Yeah.
They go well beyond your dark vision range.
They probably continue on their travel as well, I'm sure.
They don't-
Maybe.
They don't stick around. Like you would hear that shrill cry once you guys are setting up camp in the distance. And that would be it.
Okay.
Good attempt, but these creatures were too grievously wounded. They were not trusting.
Bleh.
And seeing 6 humans equipped with armor and weapons definitely did not inspire confidence.
Yeah. There goes my dream of a griffin pet. Boo.
My mouth.
I can tell you right
I mean,
now,
you
you're
know
not.
where they are, so we could come back at some later time and
Yeah, maybe.
look
Yeah.
into it.
I thought DM said they just flew off.
Well, I think.
I mean, their
like,
general
generally.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they
I
live
mean,
around
you
here
could
or
ask
something.
to mark the map with, like, different hunter stuff.
Might be worthwhile.
Like,
Yeah.
griffin sighting here.
That wouldn't be terrible. But yeah, I guess for now we'll do the camp thing.
Sure. Party setting up camp here on the sort of near the river, and sort of preparing yourselves, resting down for the evening, having begun your travel back to Elions. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do the sort of easy camping, where you're gonna take the lowest perception roll of the party and roll. And I'm going to roll an encounter dice and see if anything happens while you guys rest tonight.
Okay.
Easy camping. I think our lowest is a +1.
What is it?
Lowest perception roll.
You got up.
Lowest perception bonus, I believe.
That's a plus
mine's-
3.
Yeah, mine's a +5. I think it was +3 like it was last time.
Oh,
+3.
I think so.
All right, Kellen, go ahead and roll.
That was just a D20 plus 3. Hold on.
And you said you want to mark this area as a point of interest?
Sure. Or just, something like griffin sighting or something like that.
Because if he does have a plan to have something like that, it's not a bad idea.
I might catch sign of them some other time. Who knows?
Yeah.
we could hunt them.
No.
Okay. Okay. What the fuck?
Okay.
This is why we don't let you leave.
Actually, I need to grab this one.
We can steal their feathers and use them for our bows.
I
As
mean,
I slowly put on my conquistador helmet.
yes.
Seems theme appropriate.
Okay. And you rolled. You did 14. Perfect. Give me just a moment. Very well. You guys are in the grasslands still.
River.
And if we know where, like, notable, like, starving
Jesus.
creatures are, we could start to make, like, a pseudo map of where these morlings are causing, less food consumption. We could
Or what-
track them that way.
Yeah, or whatever is causing it, even if it's not the Morlings. Either way, having kind of centralized location. Oh fuck! Here we go.
He's
What is that?
laughing.
What is that?
I don't
It's a
know.
99.
Tell me.
What the fuck is that?
You have an encounter table and you don't even know what's on it. You fool.
More so like, you know what? Don't worry about it, Kellen.
No.
Why must
Oh,
you taunt him? We were having fun.
Yeah, this was to have a good time, and you messed it up. Damn. I blame you.
You're the one who rolled.
I don't.
Oh yeah, is it roll for blame still?
Always.
Always and forever. As is tradition.
Give me just a moment.
We don't have a
I
choice.
don't like that tone of voice.
I have to make sure I
Yeah.
have the token.
Oh, fuck.
Oh great, here we go.
Hey guys, maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe it's like a lost merchant. Maybe it's a friendly NPC we meet.
Ah!
It's not.
Yeah, I was thinking about heading back.
I do have a token. Okay.
Mm.
So, as the party is resting, and you are sort of like, and sort of here, who is the second watch for tonight?
I'm usually third and fourth, so I would be asleep.
I think Marana might have taken first with Kellen because they were doing the spotting and tracking.
Yeah, maybe bugging her for sign language lessons or something.
Oh yeah,
Damn it.
would have been a perfect time.
Me and the dwarf. Fine.
Yay!
Nice.
Okay.
The derf.
Let's go.
Okay.
It's either something really good or really bad.
What does that hand sign mean? We're boned.
During your camp, you would hear subtle laughter out in the darkness.
I hate that.
As let me double check.
I don't want that.
If you say clowns, I'm coming into your room.
You would hear subtle laughter.
Nice.
Oh fuck! It's the Fae again. They're back.
Yeah, you would hear subtle laughter. It's
shit.
almost distant in sound before it sort of approaches, and you don't really see anything.
Oh,
Alaric and Ashilde, why don't you guys roll me some charisma saving throws, please?
I love it here.
Oh
I
no.
love it here. I love it here. Yep.
This is not where I excel.
Alaric either, for that matter. Apparently.
Yep.
Weird. I think he's got a big bonus. Yeah, he does. Shit.
Okay. As you both are talking, there is a moment where you look at each other and you watch as each other's features begin to wildly transform. You watch Alaric as Ashilde's face begins to swell like a balloon. You watch as her skin almost changes color, her hair begins to become these wild, tangled roots, and you would watch as she begins to turn into a tomato in your eyes. Ashilde, you watch as Alaric begins to sort of, his features begin to sink in, and his eyes sort of begin to narrow momentarily as he takes on more elven features. More elven features that are recognizable to you, in fact. A professor from Orias. And as either of you speak, your way of speaking is changed in the perception of the other.
Professor Irithil?
Mato?
Tomato? Is that you bastard?
You owe me $5.
Alaric, if that's still you, I really need you to tell something because I feel like maybe I don't know.
Where are you talking? Thought I left you in Karim.
I need both of you to then roll me. I need both of you to then roll me wisdom saving throws.
Very well.
Okay, Alaric, you're fine. Ashilde, you are afflicted with confusion.
Yeah,
I'd
I'd say so. I feel like I'm conflicted with confusion.
Okay. You almost are stunned looking at the professor here, who, as they talk, they're giving you a lecture as if you're still in class. And you are just baffled, flabbergasted. You are unable to speak. And that laughter, Alaric, you'd be able to catch is closer than before.
Is it familiar?
It is not.
It is
Right.
not.
I've already taken this class.
Wah, 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 wah.
Why?
Well, I'd say that from Ashilda's perspective, the professor suddenly starts lecturing louder as Alaric tries to wake the party up by declaring aloud that something's wrong.
Oh. You say something's wrong?
Yeah.
You would hear a huff from the shadows around you. You would you would hear sort of this reverberating voice, unlike the laugh you had heard. You would hear,
That's no way to take a joke.
Do I hear this?
"Nope."
Oh my
Hush
god.
you, you're having a bad time.
Uh, well, that would certainly pause Alaric, who looks in the direction of the voice, unless it's what's the term? Disembodied. Is it a disembodied voice?
It is not. Roll me a perception check.
Oh
Sorry,
my
what-
god. It's the giant behind you.
17. Emerging now, annoyed that you think something is wrong, you would see the glint of scales.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, no.
As a copper dragon
God damn it!
emerges from the shadows.
Sniffer.
Large.
A whole copper
Sniffer.
dragon.
A whole copper dragon.
Just whole ass. Yeah.
Oh,
Nope.
buddy.
Sniffer.
Welcome to Tyros.
I
Hey!
thought it was the Fae. It's worse.
Oh, the dogs are big here. Holy crap. Tyros is wild.
Oh, no.
Sort of circling the camp. You would notice that its steps, while so large, are quiet. Deceptively quiet. And you would hear that low rumble from it.
You didn't find my jokes humorous?
Professor Irithil, we already went over this 3 years ago.
Your dwarf certainly thinks they're humorous.
Alaric. What are you doing?
He's sort of like frozen in place, hands awkwardly held to the sides. No, it was very funny what you did. Yeah, I had a laugh.
I didn't hear a laugh.
Well, I was shocked, right? I was Tomato, old friend of mine.
You think it was a good joke?
It was wonderful. It was a wonderful joke. Had context, good body, amazing delivery.
Eventually, the spell afflicting Ashilde would fade.
What?
You would see the sort of along the back of Alaric, as if like whipping through the shadows for a moment, the glinting tail of this dragon that is circling the camp currently.
Are you the reason I was seeing my professor from 3 years ago?
Perhaps.
Yeah, that made me shite myself. I thought I was ill prepared for class. Good one.
See? This one found it humorous.
Also terrifying. Nice use.
I'd have taken more time had I found you sooner, but it had to make do.
A shield of a courtesy. And how are we doing this evening, my lord?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. Glad to know that Tyros hasn't lost its sense of humor. Isn't that right?
I am glad.
Those glowing eyes narrow on Alaric.
He sort of lowers his head deferentially. So dipping his chin slightly tucked into his chest.
It was great.
I will ask, given your merry band here, there was a group traveling through here not too long ago. A number of Kenku. Do you know where they went?
Are you looking for them?
Of course I am.
Last we saw them was a long time ago. I believe we were in Olwen's lair, weren't we?
He looks to Ashilda for a moment and realizes she wasn't.
I don't know what you're talking about, Alaric.
Think hard,
What?
Alaric, of when you last saw them.
It used his name. Can I history check that? Him?
Sure. I'll allow you to history check it.
Good.
23. Okay, give me just a moment. It was the 31st of God's Night. It is currently the 24th of Dawn.
Yeah, Alaric would be counting with his hand. He'd go through 2 hands, and then when he reaches the 3rd, he kind of pauses and then continues counting out through his digits.
At this point, sorry, one moment. At this point, the rumbling and the stepping around your camp has woken everybody up. And the camera would then pan to Alaric finishing his counting. Continue.
It'll be about 20-something days.
20
4 weeks?
something.
About 4 weeks. I don't remember the exact amount of days.
I would ask very kindly that you do remember the exact amount of days.
Well, that's a bit unfair, no?
Were
Why
the
would I
other-
be counting?
If I may ask, Alaric, were the others with you?
Yes.
Excuse me, my lord, do you mind if I wake up some of my compatriots who might be able to give you a clearer answer?
Please.
Very well.
Well, they're all awake.
Can we all hear his voice? He's just chatting aloud.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, there's this like one of the tents quietly like peeks open, and there's this little glint as Yuri peeks out to see what the rumbling is. And then seeing it, the tent slowly closes again.
Ooh, yeah?
I'm
approaching and sort of still circling the camp, the tail of the copper dragon would flick across the front of the supports on your tent and it would collapse.
There's a shout, and then she like draws to cuts through the tent, thinking that they're under attack.
Easy. It's just one of the good copper lords.
Once she gets out of the tent, she is whirling around to see the copper, and what her sword hand drops to her side, and she swallows hard.
Oh my. This one doesn't take the jokes very well. Come now. A little prank, nothing more.
The eyes staring at Yuria.
It was really funny, wasn't it, Yuria?
This is slow blink. Prank. Looks down at the hole in the tent that she made. Looks back up.
You're fixing that.
That's a prank.
You smell of foreign magic. Perhaps you're not familiar with jokes.
Her jaw grinds. Confusion and fear, now mixed with irritation.
For those of you that are awake now, good
Solo
morning.
comes out of the tent like,
Yeah.
let's see going on.
Oh, I didn't know we had a guest.
Your two sentinels were keeping me entertained for a short while, until this one couldn't recount the number of days it had been since he saw a merry band of Kenku. Perhaps
I more or less told you. That's unfair.
I stand by my statement. Perhaps one of you has a more accurate day for when you saw them last?
In the presence of this dragon, can I try to recall?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Poor Gore.
I was gonna say I was gonna try and remember.
You may also roll me a history check.
I'll see. I think Silverworld got it.
Can we all do that? Who were there, that is?
Sure.
By the way, I like to think that Alaric has by now figured out the exact number, but he's like
Nope.
keeping it now. He's like gatekeeping it out of pride.
Yeah, Marana and Silril, you both would recount. It was at the end of of God's Night. Basically or not the end of God's Night, but close to the end of God's Night. Around the 31st or 32nd.
Which one would it be?
For you, Silril, you would know exactly it would be the 31st of God's Night.
No, it isn't. It's the 29th.
29th?
Yeah, it's the 29th of God's Night. I have...
I'm looking at my notes. What are you talking about?
I'm looking at my notes. It says the session after that was the 30th of God's Night. Fate's Intervention was the 29th. Tears of the Southland was the 30th.
Fate's Intervention, Tears of the Southland, is when you guys met Olwyn and did all that stuff.
Tears of the Southland is when after we protect Olwyn, which is the day before is when the Kenku showed up. Pretty funny joke.
I don't like this. I'm uncomfortable.
Our notes are different. This is an interesting situation we found ourselves in.
Georgia.
I'm uncomfortable.
We're gonna go with
Which one
mine.
is it?
Okay.
Because I'm the DM.
All right.
Abuse.
I'm going to
I'll
go
have
find
to-
that goddamn VOD.
I have to go back and figure it out exactly. But yes, you would know the date. And this young copper looks very impatient for an answer.
It's on the 31st. If God.
Quite some time ago, then. Tell me, have any of you seen them since?
Come. But
Did I see them like on the other side of the ferry or anything on the way over?
You did not.
No, I came from the other side of the ferry and I didn't see anything of them.
I don't think any of us has seen them since that night.
Pity. I hope they haven't ran off and died somewhere. I quite enjoyed their stories.
Are they in trouble?
No, far from it. They've been one of the few guests I've had in quite a while that took to jokes and quite enjoyed them. I just miss their company is all.
Oh. Somewhat annoyed at this thing's insistence of jokes, Yuria gets a devilish idea.
Oh no.
Oh. I sure hope those bones the griffins were chewing on weren't them. They were very... I couldn't tell if they were bird-like or humanoid. Maybe that explains why.
Fuck.
Roll me a deception check, area.
Very well.
Okay, give me just a moment. Oh, yeah, no. The young copper pauses in its steps. That flickering fire catching the copper scales that are there. This beautiful reflection cast, and you can see the expressions that they show. And you can see their brows sort of scowl at the idea that these Kenku have been killed or marred in some way.
You saw these griffins somewhere? Tell me where.
Oh, 3 of them, half-starved and wounded, just along the river. We had to camp here in order to avoid them, lest their threatening gestures turn into violence.
Yeah. Do not damn those creatures with false information. Out of spite.
There's this very long pause. Why can't I give as good as I'm given? You
The
ruined
things
my
he
joke.
gave
I mean, I have a joke,
did
it's just not any
not
good.
endanger the life of something else.
Initially, you would notice that there was almost this bristling anger at the idea that the Kenku had been killed. And then once it's revealed that it was in jest, it settles. There'd be this long pause as the head slowly cranes to look at you. Those bright, glowing eyes sort of getting very close to you, Yuria. As if taking in your person, and then all you would hear.
Good one.
Yuria stands her ground, sort of folding her arms over her chest. But it isn't until he says "good one" that she begins to breathe again.
If none of you have seen them since then I must continue my search.
Should we see them again, my lord? Where should we ask them to go to see you once more?
Simply tell them to return to the peaks. They'll know where that is.
And, pardon my asking, but to whom do we have the honor of speaking to?
You do not know?
Forgive me, I have not been to the Southlands, well, ever.
Would I know?
Would I know?
Why don't you both roll me history checks?
Guess it's better to ask who would know and who wouldn't.
Fucking coppers.
And that's where we're going to take a 20-minute break.
Very well.
We'll come back in 20 minutes and see what your rolls earn you.
I have a joke for him too.
Oh,
I hope
Becca.
he likes it.
Perfect.
Oh, God.
Bad nothing.
You guys ruined my joke, guys. What the fuck?
You were gonna get those
I
fucking
was.
griffins killed, bro. That's not a joke.
That's mean.
We're gonna come back.
Very mean.
It's actually a nobody dragon who's upset that they
He
don't know who
wouldn't
he
have
is.
killed them. Probably.
It's a one-punch
And
dragon.
my character would only know them if my dragon cares they exist.
Who? Your dragon says. I don't know that guy.
She's somewhere in her cave. Huh?
No! No, I don't know them! Sounds like a punk bitch, though! The dragon's just like, okay, Dad, Jesus Christ.
It's very rude.
Not nice, Dad! Calm down.
He's either gonna punish me so hard for this joke or he's gonna chuckle. I can't wait.
It's a dad joke. You have whatever you get coming to you, just saying.
How long was our break?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Cool.
20 minutos.
Minutos.
Bon minute.
I'm going to get water. Be back.
Morana.
I'm back. What are y'all doing?
Gonna make some food. Gonna feed myself today.
All right.
And then I'm going to Gorm.
Excuse me?
I'm going to Gorm. Sorry. Tahiti.
Excuse me?
Goodbye.
That's right. You better run.
Look, I'm sorry, you're just cramping my style, alright?
That's right. You get out of here.
Yeah, detect or die.
Let's see. Emmenborg, thank you very much for the bits. It's incredibly kind of you. And the Seer, if you're still around, thank you very much for the 11 months. Thanks for sticking around that long. I really appreciate it. I like how Yuri was just like, oh no, it's worse than the Fae. It's all right, Super. We're just happy to have you here. "46 sessions to get to level 5? Yes. Not that much time has passed. It's been like a month.
It's okay. I am back, by the way.
Welcome back. to the party, if the party is here.
I'm here.
Who's the most likely out of all of y'all to break the fourth wall?
Kellen.
Fuck. Depends on how you define that. I can come in.
Jokes. Your jokes always break the fourth wall. They're funny.
You mean like out of character? Yeah, probably. In character, I don't think I've done any fourth wall breaks.
You've made some referential jokes that kind of, tease it a bit.
Maybe. I won't deny it. I just don't remember.
Especially as Talanos. My God.
Oh well, I mean that. Unfortunately, that's actually kind of built into the character.
Other than that, I don't know. Like, when have we? We're usually very immersed, right?
Usually, yeah.
All right, maybe I won't say my joke.
Suddenly suspicious.
NPCs included? I've had a lot of NPCs break the fourth wall. I did it just now. With him answering what Momo said, but answering it in character.
Yuria. I do think it was Yuria.
One of them.
Oh no, there was Olwen for Momo's question. And then same for Yuria. So I have NPCs do it all the time. I played in a game once where I befriended a young bronze dragon, and he let me ride into battle once, so they hold a special place in my heart. Nice. Bronze are very different from copper, though.
Coppers are special.
I feel like if you put copper, bronze, and brass dragons together, it's like that image of Ghidorah from Godzilla, where there's the two dragon heads that look mean, and then the last one is a dirt face. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. Sorry, I was eating. Because coppers can be incredibly petty, like horrifically so. Like they'll damn your entire family line with a prank to get back at you. And then tell your great grandchild many generations down the line, Lumao got you. And they're like, what?
For what?
What do you mean? It's like, as payback for what your great grandpa did. And they go, what the fuck?
Well, you think you're a hunchback. I did it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hope you like that scoliosis, loser. Just flies off.
I invented diabetes for you.
This person's just left, very confused. What just fucking happened?
More like I made you allergic to gluten, and I made you wheat farmers.
Oh no.
That's fucked, dude.
Either that or the most petty curse imaginable, like all your hot drinks come to you cold, and vice versa. You always find something in your shoe.
You step on a Lego every morning. I'm not even sure if a copper is that petty. Now that's just mean.
It'll always be a prank, though. Like, or like they cast magic on you, so you always appear bald.
They use magic to make the clouds form the hand that does the got 'em thing right above you. And they just are like, ha 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 ha, got him, and then just fly off. Just like, what the fuck?
Definitely gonna be eating something after the session. I'm fucking starving.
Why not eat during the session?
He's not a savage who eats Wendy's during session.
But look how much happier I am.
Wendy's?
Well, it wasn't Wendy's, but it was mozzarella sticks.
So,
I played a one-shot last night as a blue dragonborn barbarian that was part of a theater troupe. Managed to cause kobolds to run in fear and flee by diving into a pond. Too bad they had a sudden case of lightning breath to deal with. Damn. You not only killed the kobolds, you killed all of the other creatures living inside that pond. You're a monster.
That will affect the trout population.
yeah. War crimes incoming, apparently.
I wonder how many of the party members know coppers spew acid.
Let's hope we never find out.
Well, if Ashilde tells a dad joke, we're gonna find out.
That's the least, dangerous thing about a copper.
Most dangerous appreciate the effort.
The most dangerous thing about a copper is an actual your mom joke.
Gets up on its hind legs with a microphone. Yo, mama's so fat. And just like, Jesus Christ, this guy. We're coming back when we're level 20 and killing you. You're terrible.
I'm not letting that happen. Just fucking kills you.
Yeah. But in that case,
I did your mother. No, really.
Dad?
I always wondered why I had these powers. Lamau.
Got him.
That'll show
You
him.
can call me father now.
Just rolled up on a fucking dragon sorcerer, like, hey, kiddo, sport.
How's it going, Tiger?
You know, as payback. Who? Oh, so you're saying you didn't find anybody? What? That's a good one.
It's going in the book.
Do you think it would continue to span generations if the one they did the prank on didn't find it funny? So it's just a self-perpetuating problem? Yes. And as the dragon gets older and grows in power, the pranks become more and more mischievous and elaborate. You walk around and it's cast like phantasmal force in your house, so you have to navigate a maze to get to the bathroom.
No. Phantasmal force.
You wake up and your house is no longer in the center of this glade, it's resting on the beach.
The tide's coming in.
Guys, watch this. I'm gonna give this kid a black mane. It'll be so funny.
Rofield crumbles.
Hilarious.
The whole party is afflicted by some thousands years ago grudge. Would it be awesome if we fucked with these people's kids by inventing an entire force led by this guy we'll call the Iron Duke, and they'll just fuck with them constantly? That's the plot. We're just in a really bad prank gone wrong.
For you.
Yeah.
That was actually a ghoul. It wasn't Anne. Anne, got a vacation to, the Bahamas. They just called that ghoul Anne because they thought it'd be funny.
They'll never see this coming.
You guys actually believed you met a mind flayer that, resurrected after you threw corpses into a sludge? Are you kidding? Of course it was a joke.
We get to We get to level 20, we confront the BBEG, and he just disappears, and there's like a bunch of dragons sitting there clapping. Like, you made it. You made it through.
Of course they're not real.
Of course it was fake.
Of course they were fake.
I made these fucking loser adventurers believe that there was an underground facility in a random fairy village under some old guy's house.
Idiots.
Fucking dumbasses.
Stupid.
Oh my god. I started floating around and I ate some, or pretended to eat some dead dude's brain. They totally bought it. I don't know how they expected like 4 random meat sacks to form a literally chiseled tentacle-faced alien, but they didn't question it.
Is everybody back?
It's great.
The most gullible adventures of all time.
I am.
Momo.
Yeah.
Morana.
Hello.
Alaric.
Hi.
Perfect. Let's see. Siluro, because of your connection with the Lady of Gold, you may roll with advantage. Is there anybody else, aside from Yuria, that would like to roll about dragons?
Sure, I'll
You mean?
shot.
Yeah, why not? Screw it.
Hell yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus.
Yeah, not me.
I know what this dragon is too. Apparently.
You know
But
his
I-
movements.
I already rolled. Why would I roll again? Delete.
You know his favorite food.
Apparently.
Well, it's more so knowing about the hierarchy. You would know that this is a young dragon, and how they sort of stand within their own sort of feudal system, much like the lords and ladies of Tyros do. Youngs and wormlings are generally the lowest rank. They are lords and ladies of the lands. They are like considered minor lords, so to speak. How much interaction, if any, has Marana had in the past with dragons?
With dragons directly,
Yeah.
not many, but her father was essentially a follower of Bahamut, so that's why she knows Draconic. She would have gotten a good, proper Tarosian education.
Okay. It would be much the same for Alaric and Silro. Knowing where this individual ranks, they are a relatively young copper dragon, meaning that they hold very little in the way of territory and sway. They probably belong to a barony somewhere here in the Ettenmoor. And as this individual speaks and they talk, you would know, both you and Alaric, having been here in the Ettenmoor, especially you, Siluro, having been here in the Ettenmoor, you would know this dragon before he introduces himself to be Irin the Clever.
Wait, so he's like adventuring around. He's
He
like
is.
he's just, you know,
He's-
having a good time. He's
Yes.
DM, this brings up another question. How does he compare to the Warden families? To the princes there, to Morana, even Kellen?
In terms of like hierarchy,
Yeah, how, like, what's the sort of parallel in terms of
Like-
authority?
they so again, they're minor lords. He's a minor lord. He is a lord of the lands. The lowest rank of draconic nobility that controls the smallest territories, often secluded to their own lairs and dungeons. These minor lords and ladies hold courts with other small baronies and act as fledgling advisors, bestowing what wisdom they possess and learning from other mortals that they advise. They often seek to get more wealth and influence to earn the respect of their peers. These minor lords and ladies are often wormlings or young dragons who have yet to grasp their full position in the realm. So for example, at one point in time, House Ashford would have had a advisor, one of the higher ranking lords or ladies of the heavens, which is the highest rank of draconic nobility. These are often ancients or very ambitious adult dragons. So this guy is effectively on the same level as a baron.
So, by and large, draconic hierarchy is slightly above human hierarchy. In a sense,
Yes.
slightly. So while he's a minor lord, it wouldn't be the same with like a local minor lord human.
No.
True. Okay. So in a sense, nobility is beholden to them, as their station is slightly above theirs, even if his station isn't necessarily higher than a count or a duke.
Yeah, Celeron?
I just was weighing in, I guess.
What's your opinion?
I don't think there would be.
Who?
I think they'd be on like a similar level to like a regent lord or something.
Well, metallics are treated with much more respect, as they are the like direct descendants of the Platinum Father.
I'm meaning the youngs.
A wormling, there's it's more so like a wormling you would often treat like the child of a lord, because they are still very young. They have little to no experience. But a young...
I think he's trying to deduce whether or not that he would feel like royally beholden to the dragon, right?
Well, regardless of anything, Alaric does feel that way towards dragons because he's a follower of Bahamut. But what I meant is how much like authority the dragon has where he is, and give it perspective comparing it to those of the party.
In terms of ranking, Siluriel and Alaric would be higher ranked than this guy.
Yeah, but he's cute.
That's up to you, brother.
And he knows it, baby.
He does know it.
Yes, he does. Looking back to the rest of the party, for those who aren't aware of this individual.
Many call me Irin the Clever. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, you and your merry band.
Yeah, it is good to meet you as well, Aaron the Clever.
I know of you.
Oh?
And as he says that, he looks at you as if looking at you for the first time and is somewhat taken aback.
Oh. My apologies. I was not aware I was in the presence of the ladies chosen.
He bows his head.
My lady quite likes stories. And there is a great collection of them. She, I believe, enjoyed the records we had of you.
You give me the highest praise. You are far too kind.
She doesn't get that much. She grins.
Well, you have been a very entertaining troupe. A shame that none of you are perhaps more blessed by Elohim or Sariel. But I'll take what I can get.
We had one in our merry band, but she left us for the Fae King.
Pity.
Not for her.
For me.
Well, just go meet the Lord Oberon and you'll find her.
Perhaps I will.
Said with a snort.
Aaron, you move all over this land, yes?
Perhaps.
Do you know what is causing all the troubles? Or do you have seen something?
Troubles?
Well, the lack of wild game is a little startling. This place should be flush with it.
You can see him sort of look around for a moment.
I hadn't really considered to stop and look. Besides, my territory is not around here. The peaks lie at the edge of the Bloodfen Mountains. There is an abundance of life. Creatures roaming and wandering too far into places they shouldn't.
So it's just here then.
Perhaps.
That's all he has for now. He just steps back with a bow.
Do you perhaps have any stories you've recently embarked on? I could bring them back to my lady.
None, I'm afraid, that would be of any interest to the Lady of Gold. Strife in the west. Conflicts between bordering baronies. All rather dull and boring things who don't care for tricks. But knowing that the Lady of Gold sends her chosen around, should I find anything, I'll be more than happy to send it your way.
I would be glad of it. I always like bringing her things when I see her.
Then I shall do so.
Well, as long as you're being friendly with the chosen of the Lady of Gold, perhaps you could do us... Perhaps you could repair this tent that you have knocked over.
She steps out of the hole she's been standing in this whole time.
Repair? It wasn't me who drew a blade.
Don't worry, Yuria, I can fix it.
Although I quite like that sword you have.
You do? The last dragon found it absolutely enrapturing.
Celeral hardens in all expression.
Would you be willing to part with it?
Absolutely not.
Trick question, wasn't a choice.
Not even for Hmm. 3,000 platinum.
No.
Really? My, you foreigners are stubborn. Very well.
Not nearly as stubborn as Tarosians, but this is special to me.
I would take good care of it.
I'm sure you were, but it has been entrusted to me. Heirlooms are not something you can just trade off, unfortunately.
Very well.
Bored dragon.
You seem to have some kind of keen sense for things. Do you know what this is? Alaric produces the ring that he got from the queen, holding it in the air for him.
We should have identified that crap. Well,
You carry numerous magical items on your person. What are you doing with all of that?
Hoarding them? Something you should know about?
got him.
Clever. Well, at the very least, its magic is potent enough. It appears to instill some level of heroism inside of its wielder, if such a thing can be found.
Well? Does it smell bad? A little bit, maybe?
Smell bad.
Right, I can't see what you can't see.
When was the last time you washed your hands?
He sort of perks up for a moment.
About an hour ago?
No, I don't smell anything bad about it.
DM?
What?
Going to attune with the ring?
Attuning to the ring. You die.
Yep. Very well.
All right, go ahead and remove the unidentified trinket, as you would attune to the heroic ring.
Oh, you want me to delete it?
Yes.
Put the actual thing in there.
Goodbye, friend.
Cast it into the fire!
You would realize as you attune to this item, this heroic ring, it is inlaid with a beautiful ruby. This golden band is finely kept, bearing little to no marks on its surface. Slipping it onto your finger reveals it's rather loose at first, but seems to slowly shape itself around your finger. The bearer has advantage on saving throws versus being frightened.
Neat.
That's amazing. What about like a passive effect? Like, does Alaric feel any different?
Again, you would feel that sense of, like Irin said, that sense of heroism sort of flutter in your breast.
Wow. Without even realizing, cup fist to the size
Oh,
of his waist,
great.
gazing off into the distance, lacking a cape, glaringly so.
Oh,
It's
no.
there in our hearts, don't worry.
He's been infused with big dick energy.
Just suddenly turns into the Chad man.
What are we doing sitting around? Don't we got things to do?
Sitting... We were sleeping.
So?
What?
Well, you all are very interesting. But I must continue my search. I should hope to find them hale and whole. And, of course, should I find any stories, I'll be certain to pass them along.
And recipes of unique things. She
Recipes?
likes those.
Very well.
Well, more she likes to see them and then have me bring them to her.
Well, I suppose, should I find anything like that, and I don't want it for myself, of course, I shall see if perhaps the Lady of Gold would be so kind as to admit me. It has been some time, after all. And should you see the Eternal Lady again, do give her my regard.
Eternal Lady?
So Earl nods.
But you're leaving?
Well, you all are quite fun, but I do have to search for my bards.
Why don't we search for them together?
No.
No what?
We're a bit busy, in case you forgot.
Right, we do the things we want to do, and then we go find them for him.
Oh. Oh no. Don't we have a lot of things to take care of?
Yuria, why are you like this?
I'm tired. I was sleeping.
Then go to bed.
She gestures to the collapsed tent.
It's quite alright. I can manage on my own. I can cover more ground flying through the air than you wandering through the forests. But should you happen to see them, tell them where to go. And you'll have made an ally of the clever.
All right, we'll tell them.
You said the peak, right?
Indeed. Rest well, friends. Until next time.
Oh no.
Backing away as to not utterly destroy your camp by lifting off of the floor, the copper dragon vanishes into the darkness, its massive frame no longer illuminated by the campfire. And you would feel, even at the distance that it went away, that push off, that wind that catches underneath its wings. Your camp sort of rustles for a moment as Irin the Clever vanishes into the night sky.
How did he know about that tomato?
What?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Let's
Right.
fix the
Right.
tent.
Yeah, she'll walk over and mend like the cloth from where she cut and everything, and help her put the tent back up since it was knocked down.
Yuri wearily sighs and begins the arduous process of untangling the tent and helping reset it up.
Okay. Does everybody go back to bed?
What else are we supposed to do?
Just curious. Hey, Yuria.
I think we could rest.
Hey, Yuria.
What?
I need
Yeah.
you. I need
What did you
to
put in my
roll me-
pocket?
I need you to roll me a strike saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh boy. So long, Bones.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
I am a
You'd have
golden
caught it
god.
before it happened. You'd have realized that as you set everything back up and sort of moved everything around and put everything back and put your bedroll back down, right as you were about to lay down on it, you catch yourself as your sort of knee touches it, and you would watch as the bedroll crumbles and falls into a pit. As he had dug a little trench that you'd have fallen into.
It's a slow, weary blink. Exactly like the Pepe W emote. How? Never mind. She pulls the pack out of the hole, shifting it over to a different patch of grass, this time sort of testing it with her foot.
It's solid.
She peers around carefully, looking up around for any sign of tomfoolery.
You can't help
Ye-
but feel like you hear laughter in your head.
Tomorrow. We'll deal with it tomorrow.
She takes one more peek outside just to make sure.
He's there. No.
No! I knew it.
Nope. It's returning back. Your party members are sort of going about the rest of their watch.
Venom was looking at her tent. They see a paranoid eye peer out of the tent before going back in. And then she'd go to sleep. I swear to God, if he has a dream.
What? No.
What?
No, of course not. Let me check his spell list.
Oh my fucking God.
No.
He's making a friend.
Nah. Next time.
The rest of your watch goes by uneventful. After all, what could exceed having met Irin the Clever, a young copper dragon lord who was in search of some Kenkus you had met previously? Eventually, your long rest is finished. Go ahead and hit your long rest button as you wake up to a brand new day.
What's the date?
The 25th.
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 Ooh, goodness.
Goodness gracious. Packing up the camp, enjoying a fine breakfast of rations and or a cook by Alaric.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my God.
Perfect. Let's see it.
His mic peaked in excitement.
Say less, Fran. Oh, let's go.
Nice. It is a delicious meal. Gourmet, even. Which I believe also gives you a bonus.
It does.
Does that have tomato in it?
Yes. You know what? It does have tomatoes in it. You know what? That inspired him.
You and up to 5 creatures of your choice regain 1 extra hit point per hit dice you spend during a short rest, provided you have access to your cooks. Oh, that's next time you short rest. You have to cook during a short rest. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Otherwise, gourmet meal, a delicious breakfast for you and your companions. Alaric,
Yeah.
you season your food?
Oh no.
It's I like to think that Tyros is more about plain flavors rather than things being heavily seasoned, right? So very mildly, a bit of salt, where it matters.
do?
I mean-
Because I'm also from Tyros, so I would like to know if that's something.
I
So
object.
DM, stop me if I'm wrong.
It depends on where you're from.
I'm from Kareem.
Kareem probably doesn't really care about spices.
There you go.
Being so
Question
far
solved.
north, he probably doesn't season his food. The rest of everybody in Heroes, probably the further south you get, probably the more seasoning and flavor food has.
So just a bit of salt, right? Maybe
Well-
a little bit of pepper and stuff.
Well, that little bit of salt, I need a dex save.
Of course. No, yeah.
You managed to catch it. before you realize that the whole of the pack carrying your seasoning was ready to just open and unleash all of it into the next meal you made. One final prank.
One final prank, you say? Just one more?
When
Oh,
is the end?
Is there like a little hint of like an enchanting effect coming from the back, like a glow, like something, like anything that kind of gives it off, you know?
Nope. It's the threading on your like little satchel has been pulled. It's almost like frayed almost. Like it's been pulled apart.
Yeah. So he would like slowly open it, and then when he tries to pry itself really fast open, he'd catch it by reaction. Holding it in until the effect is over and the bag stops shaking and shuddering. That probably messed up his spices, like what little bit he's got of it.
Coppers.
This is what you wanted.
Was it?
I didn't expect you guys to get coppers, but yep.
But
There you go. Encounter tables, baby.
Shrugs. All coppers.
Yeah, I think Alec would make essentially a barbecue of sorts for everyone. Very filling meats and sides of
Potatoes.
vegetables and the like, yeah.
Perfect. You all have this delicious Tarosian barbecue for you all to wake up to. I need to know who's leading.
I'd like to lead.
No.
Fantastic.
No.
Wonderful.
I'll lead. Me, I'll do it.
Why not Yuria?
Because she's evil and she attracts bad things.
What the fuck?
She's rough.
Jesus.
She's not in a good headspace right now. And I don't want.
What do you
I don't want
mean?
anything weird happening in a tile next to fucking Elion. So
Yeah.
I, as a player, would request that she doesn't lead.
I agree with this one who's talking. I agree with that one.
Love you, but maybe when we're further away from our rest town.
Yeah.
Why am I being treated like a nuke?
Because
You
you're a rancid
are.
soul.
What is this? I don't want Elion to be ground zero, they say.
Tactical nuke.
I'm literally taking one step
over.
forward. Takes one step forward. Iron Duke.
I've been waiting for you.
God, how long did it take for you to get back? He's like already lounged back with like a pack of chips.
Jesus, it's been months.
Oh shit! Hey,
Oh
guys.
shit, you found me. What the fuck? How'd you do that?
Got,
Yuri
like
looks back
slippers
to
on and shit.
You guys watch Smiling Friends?
Yeah.
You know when they step into Lucifer playing Fortnite?
Yes. Him playing Rust. My
Yeah.
Uber
Oh,
meal
Ross,
just got
it's
here.
Ross, yeah.
All right, who's leading?
DM, I'd like to lead.
I will take Yuri as leading if nobody steps the fuck up.
I'll lead. It's like a short
Then you gotta
way,
say it. You gotta say it.
I did
man.
say it. I did.
And I want majority agreement.
Sure, let him lead.
It could be funny.
That's so funny.
Yuri could watch.
Yeah? Watch
Well, I'm trying to
professional
meet you
handle
halfway.
this.
Yuri is a spotter.
Thanks, bro. Sure, man. I'll be the spotter.
Alaric, pick the dice or pick the tile, roll the d12. Yuri, roll me a perception check.
Very well.
What?
Where are you going?
Whoa. Hold on.
Where are you going?
That was a
Wait.
mistake. Or was it
Watch
a 12?
this, Yuria.
We were
Steps
over
through the
here.
You're on the Griffin sighting tile.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Okay, so this is the correct tile. Just making sure.
Everybody calm down.
Oh my god.
What was the dice again, DM?
A
D12.
d12.
Very well.
7. Give me just a moment. Ooh, Alaric.
What?
I need you to roll me a d8.
Oh.
Okay. How are you traveling through this hex? Tell me your
How am I
pace.
I'd say because we're almost there, we probably sort of slowed down, sort of pondering the surrounding area. People thinking through the things we've experienced, right? Conceptualizing all that has happened. It's a leisure pace, the end.
Okay.
You
As-
leisurely get ambushed.
As the party is sort of traveling at this leisure pace, as Yuria is keeping her eyes open, two things to note. One, the weather changes considerably once you guys get close to Elion. It becomes a little warmer, but you would also note that it's raining.
Ooh, it's raining last time we were here too.
And as you had traveled out, the weather had been sort of changing and different. As you get back, you would notice it's raining. And with Yuria's perception and Alaric leading, Alaric, you would find sort of at the same time, or sort of you would feel a pull, rather, something sort of drawing your attention within this hex, a portion of it you guys had not traveled to yet. And you would sort of feel that energy pulling towards you, and Yuria would see the more mundane portion of it, this faintly, scarcely traveled path that leads you north off of the main road here, further out into the plains.
Oh. So it's a side path?
Indeed. And Alaric, you would feel that pull.
Rather than just simply follow through instinct and go that way, Alaric abruptly stops, and given that he's in front, I imagine everybody would see it as he turns to address the group.
Something strange here. There's a path and I feel it beckoning me.
Beckoning? How? It's not saying anything, is it?
No,
Voices?
none other than my own.
Well, the fact that you're able to stop and inform us about it suggests it's not necessarily a malicious one. Any idea what might be wishing you to travel north?
Focusing on that feeling, that compelling yearning in its direction, what could Alaric possibly wean off of it?
Why don't you roll me a wisdom check?
Why don't I?
You do not sense any maliciousness. What you sense is almost neutrality. You feel this calming presence.
It is some kind of entity. Very unbiased. It feels. No real feeling to it. But calming. Soothing, even. This close to town, I think we should go check. Just to be sure what it is.
Mm.
You and Kellen know the woodlands better than I. As long as it's not too far of a detour.
Alaric sort of motions to Kellen, indicating him with like a gesture of the fingers.
Come, Kellen. Come with me, let us enter it together.
Kellen? Pokes dead Kellen with the stick.
I am not good. No, sorry, I was, giving some loving to the kitty boy. Pardon me. What's up?
Alaric just motioned to Kellen and asked him if he'd like to go with him first
Oh,
into the path.
sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Cullen will nod and follow after. And, Alaric's leading the way.
Once Kellen is beside him, he doesn't outright just walk off. He first kind of meets every person's eyes in the party just to make sure it stands well with them.
There's no objection from Kellen.
Marana is cautious, but agrees.
I mean, what are the chances it's Oberon a second time?
This close to town, that would be worrisome.
Ilrin?
I agree. Let us check.
With that, he turns and trudges off.
Okay. It's about a 2-hour trek from the main road. Traveling from it where the path sort of fades at times, just sort of fading into the rolling hills that are here. You would watch as you come across what appears to be almost like this strange raise in the landscape, where like the hills have all sort of met at this one area, and eventually forming this this almost like pseudo crevice or like pit, where the center of it lays a spring. You would notice that around it are these beautiful blooming flowers that give off these very fragrant scents. And the water itself is crystal clear, with strange motes of light that almost drift off of it.
Oh, shit.
We found a moon pool.
You would see that among this area as well, there are a number of small creatures that are sort of partaking of this pond, this spring. You would see what appears to be like small game, like rabbits and squirrels, and then you would see larger creatures like deers and elk that are also sort of surrounding this place. And even with your presence here, they do not run.
Have I ever encountered something like this before? Maybe?
Of any of us.
Yeah, of any of us, I guess.
I'm going to say no. I think this would be a cool first encounter for everybody.
Nice.
It is unusual that there are actually game animals here just vibing, it seems.
Indeed, there is an air of tranquility here.
Finally, I'm starving.
Yuria, Eldritch Blast!
Tranquil,
lose,
not
lose reputation with the party in 3 easy steps.
everyone disliked that.
You guys have stumbled across an enchanted spring.
Looking into the water, trying to see underneath its surface, What is there?
It almost appears to be light. There doesn't appear to be a bottom of this spring, just light.
Is it like a subdued glow? Is it bright? Is it
Subdued.
yellow or silver?
And it doesn't hold a color.
Oh, it is just illumination.
Indeed.
What time of day is it?
It's well, with the current clouds overhead, it's hard to tell, but you have been traveling for about 10 hours now. You guys left early in the morning, so the guess is yours.
I imagine this is all under like a very sheltering canopy. It's
No.
no, it's in the open.
Indeed, it's very open, in fact. The portion of the plains that you're in has sparse gatherings of trees, but there's like maybe one tree here, but it's sort of leaned off to the side, if that makes sense. Like the trunk of it has sort of pushed itself away and sort of grown at a curve.
So the pool has just kind of an unobstructed view of the sky.
Indeed.
Understood.
And as you all look at it, every single one of you, you all feel the urge. Not the urge, but that there's comfort here. That it is a soothing presence. Are any of you thirsty? Or want a bath?
Yuri is looking around. Are there any predators here, or is it all prey animals?
Looking around, I mean, yes, you have 5 other predators standing beside you.
The worst kind.
Looking around, at least in this current instance, there doesn't appear to be any predators.
Well, what happens to the animals? Are they partaking of the water actively?
Yes, and do you guys watch them?
Yes.
Well,
Watching the animals as they partake of the water, you would see some of them change.
what?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
In what way?
Well, we're gonna do the deer first. You would watch as the deer drinking of this water. You would watch as around its body, golden feathers emerge.
What?
You would watch as these golden feathers sort of crawl over its body, sort of transforming it from its normal deer hide to instead have this feathered complexion. And it seems to almost glow.
It stays that way?
It doesn't seem to go away,
Yay!
but who knows for how long it lasts. The squirrel, the squirrel, not the squirrel, sorry. One of the birds that is drinking from it, you would hear it begin to sing this sort of bird song.
I'm gonna take a sip.
What?
What was that?
Gotta take a sip.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Anybody else?
I think I'll wait for the barbarian to take a sip before I decide what I want to do with this thing.
The barbarian that was beckoned here steps up to the foot of the pool, comes down, squatting, dips his callous right hand in, lets the water fill his palm, and brings it up.
Let me-
Taking a sip.
D12, please.
Bye.
It was an honor.
You get turned into a deer.
Oh no. Not
It's about
loud.
what I figured. It's about what I figured.
Oh, baby. I need a D4.
You already got one right there.
It's time to play. How many limbs?
Oh
D4,
no.
please. Okay. Drinking. Taking a deep drink of this water, Alaric. You would
It was
watch
a sip.
a sip. Whatever. It's enough. You would watch as emerging from Alaric's shoulders are eye stalks.
Oh.
Oh, this
Eye
is a
stalks
Cthulhu bowl.
emerge from Alaric's shoulders. Alaric, you grow 3 eye stalks. These eye stalks let the creature see in all directions and grant it advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. I need another D4.
What are eye stalks?
Like a slug or a snail.
Oh, eye slugs. Okay.
Eye stalk.
Eye stalks. Like it is like a tendril with an eye at the end.
Oh.
You have 3 of them.
Okay. What do you need me to roll?
Another
now?
D4.
This is the Zinch pool. Understood.
You get the feeling this effect is going to last for 4 days.
I see. Am I in control of them?
Yes.
They would be looking directly at the party.
Well, that's really, really uncomfortable.
Don't really have words for how disturbing that actually is.
Can you see out of them?
I feel taller. Far taller.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. But can you see out of them?
I can see out of them, yes. I can see everything. I can see everything.
Yuria looks around. How are the other animals looking?
Other animals sort of change. You would see some grow a tail that isn't usually their own. You would see like one of the birds grows like a cat tail. You would see another creature sort of sprout feathers out of its, or not feathers, but flowers out of the top of its head.
This pool makes Pokemon.
And
Hey,
the final
told us
one
something.
would be the coyote that approaches. And you would watch as the coyote drinks and a third eye forms in the center of its forehead.
This pool is a prank from Aaron the Clever.
No,
I know, I'm just saying.
it's an enchanted spring, and enchanted springs have many effects.
You should all drink.
Oh,
Do it.
well, you don't want to be
You
the
think
only
so?
one that is
No.
drinking.
We were brought here for a reason.
What?
Do it.
As Alaric says, do it. All of his eyes stare like intent.
Drink.
Oh. I think I like the amount of eyes that I have.
I'll drink.
Oh, well, now she's interested.
What?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
She shrugs and she walks up to the spring, takes off her helmet, bends down and takes a sip.
Roll my d12.
You spontaneously combust.
No. Yuria drinking of the water, standing upright, you would watch as the skin on her forehead separates and a teal eye is revealed.
Ew.
For the, you develop a third eye on your forehead. The eye grants the creature true sight out to a range of 60 feet.
Holy shit.
Oh no. Well,
You are now aware of the world.
oh no.
How long?
Lord.
You don't know.
Lawrence, I have eyes on the inside of my mind.
You are. Oh, baby. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You can see a lot.
Yeah.
You see into the ethereal plane.
Ooh, baby.
You see specters and spirits and massive creatures. You now have insight, Yuria.
Yuri is just staring there, like jaw agape, sort of just 1,000-yard stare as this teal eyeball in the middle of her head just starts like pinging all over the place, looking around.
Eh?
I imagine I just have a little ghost hunter just hanging out next to me.
You
looks fine.
looking at Yuria or looking at Marana, you would see that Marana has a lot of spirits around her. A lot. One of which stares back at you, Yuria. Lord Samuel Hain.
Oh, fuck, he's still...
It's always there.
The eye focuses directly on that. And this is when Yuria becomes animate again, and she breathes in a sharp inhalation of breath. Marana? Don't look now, but... Lord Hain is behind you.
What? She actually does look.
There's nothing.
There's also several other... Do I know their spirits? Do I know what's going on? Am I hallucinating?
You have no fucking clue. You've
There
never
are-
experienced true sight before. It's hard to tell if they're spirits or if they're people because some of them are more solid than others. There's a dwarf that's there, clad in very sort of religious garb. There's another who's hooded, who wields the bow. You would see other more like sort of strange spirits, like you would see a harpy spirit that's sort of surrounding Marana.
That's cool. Yuria starts like counting them. You have several people, I think. They're different levels of viscosity. It's very strange.
Yuri, not to call the kettle black, but you have a third eye on your forehead.
I do.
Okay.
She kind of motions to the reflective surface of your helmet, for an example.
She flips the helmet in her hand and looks using the silver to reflection as a mirror.
You see it. You see more than one, Yuria.
Wait, what am I doing? She uses the mirror shield. I'm stupid.
You see more than one when you look at your face. Looking at the reflection, there's the eye in the center of your head, and then numerous smaller eyes that sort of make the shape of an actual eye on your forehead. Smaller, blinking rapidly, looking around frantically.
That sounds creepy.
Wait.
I don't like
Look
that.
at me, look at me, look at me.
Repeat that last bit?
You have an eye in the center of your forehead, the teal eye.
Uh-huh.
Around it are more eyes that mimic or mirror the shape of an eye.
Oh.
They are
Eyeball made of eyes.
smaller, and they look around frantically. All different colors, all different shades of teal and purple.
Oh.
They look very familiar to a thing you've seen before.
Yeah? That's crazy. Well, time to log that for my therapist. She stares at this visage of herself for a very long moment, and then gently, with a shaking arm, lowers the mirror shield to her side and announces to the party, I think I've been drugged.
Were you expecting that?
I wasn't sure what I was expecting. But I'm seeing things. She kind of just phases out for a moment.
I don't think we should touch this pond.
Yeah, I think I'm all right. Although, I would like to kind of. How are they looking?
One more time.
How are the animals around the pond looking in general? Like healthy,
Healthy.
underfed, overfed?
Oh, I wouldn't say healthy. They are underfed considerably.
So even the grazing for these prey animals might be compromised.
Well, it's more like they've been fleeing a lot. They haven't had chances to do that. This seems like a moment of peace, a moment of respite.
Interesting.
I need to know, is anybody drinking from the pond, or from the spring?
Is it possible to know if we could take the water from the spring?
You could try.
We have a water skin if you have the backpack, so you might be able to like replace. Just don't accidentally drink it unless you want to.
You have no idea what will happen if you take the water. So, only one way to find out.
I don't know if I want to find out.
Join us.
Sure. I guess Silveril would step up to the water and just kind of like cautiously look at it for a bit. Like dragging her fingers across the surface of it.
Okay.
Pulling some water out with her hand. Does it change once it's separated from the water?
No.
I don't like that upturn in your voice.
I need
Stop
a
it.
D12.
Oh
What?
no.
You touched it.
What?
Yep.
Oh,
There are explicit
come
rules if a creature touches
on.
it. So I need a D12, please.
Come on! Oh.
I had to double check, but yep. It's explicit if a creature touches, drinks, or bathes in it.
Come on.
Is there different roles depending on what they do?
Yes.
Oh shit.
No.
Oh, I want to bathe in it.
Oh.
It's gonna
You already have an
cannonball
effect.
him.
You got what you got.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to
Oh,
see
boy.
if it would come out of the water.
And you want to know what happens to you?
No.
Just have the wildest
Well,
image.
it has no effect on you because A, you're not afflicted by a curse anymore and your charisma score is no longer lowered, but you would have been affected by greater restoration. As a side effect, your skin, hair, and eyes become a shimmering golden color for, I need a D4.
You become more blonde.
So
Wait.
cool.
She begins to glow for the next
Oh.
2 days.
Would this have removed the curse from her?
Yes. And it would have returned her charisma score.
You mean it's been here this whole time? 5 minutes from Alliot?
God damn it, I should have lit before.
God damn it. That's funny.
As you touch and sort of draw your hand across the surface, Silver, and like lift a palm full up, you would watch as that water sort of seeping through your fingers and sort of running across your gauntlets holds to your person, and you would feel that sort of warmth rush through you, through your core and out through your extremities. And you would just heave this deep sigh of relief, as if there were a burden there that it had just taken away from you. And the rest of you would watch as Silural's hair begins to glow brightly. Her eyes begin to shimmer with this golden hue. Her tattoos begin to shine. And all she did was touch it.
Alric just got the spirit image of Alec trying to throw Kelton in, like, don't worry!
Oh, holy shit.
Hey, Shelley,
Uh-oh.
you don't
Yeah.
want a drink?
I think I'm okay.
Let's just touch it. What?
Yuria starts, like, thinking as she looks over at Alric. You know, I said this wasn't malicious, but are you sure you're not being, enchanted?
I am enchanted. Look at this place. It's wonderful.
She looks around with her true sight.
You would note other things as you look at your companions.
Uh-oh.
Looking at Silural, you would see resting along her back are a set of like furled wings almost.
Do I have a tail?
Looking closer, yes. Looking at Alaric, you would see this sort of like roiling darkness behind him, sort of mirroring his actions. This strangely possessive shadow.
What form does it have?
For at times it's amorphous. It doesn't have a form. It just sort of acts as like a second shadow to you. And then there are times when he speaks that the shadow forms into this sort of looming lion man.
Do the dwarf next.
What a strange thing. You see this eye. I'm not dreaming, right?
No, we very much see the eye on your forehead, Yuria.
It's rather hard to miss.
It looks to Kellen.
Oh, fuck.
Looking at Kellen, nothing outwardly changes on his appearance, but it's his eyes. They glow looking at him.
Is it because of the gauntlet?
I'm gonna try to take some of the liquid.
You pour out your water skin and fill up with a fresh batch of enchanted spring water.
I want to see what Guinevere thinks of this shit and tell her not to touch it.
Yo,
I'd be
Guinevere,
like,
try this. It's
I
rogue
just want to
energy.
see what she thinks of it, bro.
You'd be
That's
like,
all.
oh, you found my supply of Dragon Girl bathwater.
Oh no.
You're not seeing anything weird around me, are ya? Because you're giving everybody the stare down.
The third eye flicks to a shield.
Oh,
Looking at Ashilde, the thing that you would note is that there is strange, like the markings on her arms are all over her entire body. When she blinks, they're on her eyelids. When she opens her mouth, they're in her mouth. They are encompassing her entire frame from head to toe.
Are you saying I have eyelid tattoos?
I'm saying
Okay.
your entire body is covered in runes.
Oh,
She tilts her head, sort of observing the patterns. Well, those tattoos of yours certainly seem much more intricate than I remember. Are they in your tongue? She kind of like leans in.
no, I've only tattooed my arms.
Well, someone's tattooed a lot more than that on you.
Oh,
Eventually, the local wildlife would just sort of filter back into the surrounding woods and forests, sort of just making their way from this place and going back as if they too had been drawn here and eventually would leave, all of them blessed in different ways.
Which way are they going?
Every direction.
Oh, so they're not running from a specific area.
No, just like you guys, they were drawn here. And they're going to probably go back to the way they came and then go about their normal business, whatever animal business that may be.
Man, I would just acquiesce not to touch or drink it at the current interval.
Yuria stands on the edge of the pond, is watching the animals leave, and looks down into the pond.
Looking down into the pond, you just see light. Though you would notice a very faint, sort of the source of the light directly in the center. But who knows how deep into the spring you have to go.
Can I make out what the source is?
Roll me a perception check.
Enhance.
Looking down and sort of looking at it for a moment, you realize that you're seeing movement on the other side. You're seeing the sort of underside of fish.
The underside of fish.
Yes.
Like they're swimming upside down.
Like you're looking at the bottom of fish.
This is the part where I go down and investigate, and it's one of the headless from Sekiro.
The boss bar appears.
Yeah.
I map transition really fast.
Uh-oh.
Sounds cool, actually.
Strange. And you're saying the light's coming from these fish?
No, just that you see fish. The light's coming from elsewhere.
Yeah.
This appears to be like an opening somewhere else.
Oh. This pond. Huh. There's fish down there, swimming upside down.
I peer in.
You peer in, you glowing elf, and see nothing, I'm afraid.
My third eye!
Must be only you can see this.
The third eye blinks. Yuria blinks separately from the third eye.
Jeez.
It's like looking... It's like swimming to the bottom of the water and looking up towards the sky. Except I'm...
You would see, staring at it for this long, you would see like the silhouette of a person. Obviously seeing the bottom of them, as if they're treading water.
If it was Sabine and she just gave her the bird. Kept going. Sabine's like, leave me alone.
Yuria straightens. Eyes widening. There's someone down there.
Again, only you can see.
I know, that's why I'm telling you. How large does this person look?
They're a fair distance away from the water. You can tell just by looking at them that you're pretty far underwater. Or this hole is, at least.
Yuri is clearly contemplating something.
She contemplating the distance of a jump she wants to take?
Correct.
Oh, whoa. What are you doing?
What?
You got a look about you. Like you're about to jump.
Well, there's someone down there.
So you're going to jump after them. Into the what?
What can I say? Curiosity has got the best of me at the moment.
Are you
You
being
want to be
compelled?
whisked away like Sabine?
You think it's that likely?
More less of a likeliness than if I was asking if you wanted to be.
Some days, maybe. Not today.
Maybe we should return to Elion's and see if either Reynold or Jasper would know something about whatever this is.
Oh, yes. Nice.
Anybody else?
I don't.
Zip killing.
Come
What?
on, do it.
No, it's fine.
Take a sip.
Come on, guys, do it.
I'm not going to be peer pressured by
Come
the
on.
mutants.
All the cool kids are doing. Oh, the cool kids, you say?
This really is the, well, if everyone else jumped off a bridge, would you?
No.
If it let me see into the multiverse, maybe.
Marana, should they?
I'm not touching it.
That's gonna be a no from me, dog.
All right.
Boo.
I mean, I can get Morana because she could get like smited or something, but like, should I?
Shield is more interested in like
Concerns.
arcane than like primal magics, I think.
Yes.
You'd have to picture arcane.
Ashilde, there's a room down there.
Oh shit! A rune, you see?
Say
Oh,
what?
now you
Say
done
what
it.
now? Excuse me, cannonball.
Feed it to a shield. She'll eat anything. All right, party. Some of you have drank from the enchanted spring. Others have touched it and realized just how potent the magic is. Your allies now possessing strange traits that will last for several days.
DM, did we ever roll to see how long mine would last?
Nope.
Okay. Well, another reason to wear the helmet.
All right, party. You feel that pull fade. You're no longer being drawn here.
All right, I'll bite. You looked at me. What did you see?
What? Oh, your eyes were glowing.
But what?
Yes.
Huh. I guess that's not the worst it could have been. Wait, what if he just removes if he can remove the gauntlet just to like hold it separate from it not being worn just for a moment?
Okay.
Yeah.
You still attuned to it?
Well, I think it takes an hour to untune, right?
So nothing changes.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're still seeing things, give me about an hour or so after we get to town, I might ask you again.
Why?
I'm curious. Ever since I started wearing this gauntlet, I've been able to see in the dark. I sure wish we had found this earlier in the facility.
You think I am seeing magic?
I think you're seeing something.
Wow, very astute.
Well, magic or auras or something. What?
Callan's rambling seems to distract her long enough from the pond that the idea of jumping fades from her mind.
Victory!
Turning away from the pond, she looks to the others. Well, if we're done here,
We'll mark this on our map and we will have to check again later.
indeed.
Well, Elion's is close, I believe. Shall we?
Yuria slips the helmet back on.
I don't want to go.
What?
I look weird.
Oh,
Oh my god.
And that is why
Um,
some of us don't want to touch the pond.
Right, but I did, and I look weird, and I'm not sure.
Just cover them.
Alric, you always looked weird.
It's not the same. People look at me, they see this immense man, and they think, one of ours. They're gonna look at these things, and now I'm a mutant.
Mutant?
Yes.
Maybe an M's fairy, but at this point I feel like people of Elion's are used to it by now.
I don't know, the pot of you for now. Can you, and he kind of motions with his hand, making like a retracting motion, like, can you shrink him back, suck him back in?
DM, can I fold in the
I mean, snails can do it, so.
can I fold in my weird snail limbs?
Ew. I don't like this.
They fold in every time he blinks.
Nope. You control them to see. You don't control their like you look at or through them, but they're sort of like just sort of very stiff portions of your body now.
Reviving is what you're saying.
Suppose you could always cover them with a cloak, I think. I have no idea.
They
This is-
really are probably the most unfortunate one of the bunch.
I guess no one will sneak up on him.
Well, in the end, I don't want them to see me like this. So
I mean,
Oh,
honestly,
what are you going? We have to get back to Elion's eventually.
right. So when we go back, I stay in the outskirts like some kind of pariah, and I wait for you to leave.
That seems worse.
A farmer seeing this tall man with 3 eye stalks coming out. Oh my god! It's the terror of the Southlands! Throws a pitchfork at him, runs
Yeah.
back to his home.
comes back with torches and pitchforks from other people.
He's rallied Elion.
I don't know. I think you should just go in and pretend that nothing is different. And if someone points it out, you just tell them they're crazy.
Pretend that nothing is different.
Mm-hmm. Play it off. If they point it out, just tell them they're seeing things.
I'm afraid I haven't developed your superpower for denial. They'll look at me and they'll know.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? It would be really funny. Can't stop himself from laughing more.
Silver's already glowing, and Yuria, if she takes off her helmet, we'll just say we ran afoul of some magic, and we'll leave it at that.
So maybe we stepped into another pixie bear trap.
Easy for you to say. She's glowing. She looks gorgeous. Yuria just needs to put on a helmet. What about me?
Are you saying my third eye doesn't look good?
Oh, here we go.
Looks unnatural.
Well, that's different.
Takes a step back.
Looks like it begets some answers.
GM, is my third eye aesthetically pleasing?
It's not at a weird angle. It's like perfect dead center of your forehead.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's not coming out of your fucking shoulders. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yes.
No, it comes already made up with fake eyelashes and eyeshadow.
I'm so happy.
Well, when we get in, it'll be late anyway. I'm sure the only people that would see you are Gerald, and they'll understand.
Pass me another cloak.
You have a really large cloak already.
I need another one. Otherwise, you look unnatural.
You're gonna walk in and they're gonna call you Alaric 2 Cloaks. Do you really want that?
Far better.
Are you sure you want to put a cloak over them? If you can see out of them, aren't they sensitive? She attempts to poke one.
Whoa, hold on. Okay, so when she tries to poke him, does he get like that same feeling you get when somebody's like approximating your eyes?
Yes.
Yes. He leans back.
Wait!
Don't touch them. He kind of like protectively like surrounds it with his hands.
You don't just touch somebody's eye stalks you.
Why not?
He's at this point he can't contain the fucking laughter. He's turned around, just like covering his face,
what?
laughing.
You're
like,
right. Alan, go take a sip of the water so Alaric doesn't feel as bad.
Oh,
Maybe you'll get 4 legs or something.
if that happened, I'm not letting anyone ride me.
Not even Morana.
What do you mean by that?
What?
Nothing.
Huh?
That was a 0.1 second reaction time. Nothing.
That's perfect. Totally smooth. Transition is flawless.
Kellen, you touching the water? Drinking the water?
No,
Bathing in the water? Nothing?
You're not gonna do it for a homie?
unless Alaric throws him in bodily.
Alaric, throw him in bodily.
DM, you said it's when it's in contact of the water, yes? I think petty Alaric being laughed at would sweep in a hand under the water and
Oh, no.
shovel out a spray.
Yeah. Okay. Kellen. Roll me dexterity saving throw, please.
You know what? No. It's just it'll let it happen. Fuck
No.
it. Yeah, he
D12
just-
then, please.
His back was turned. And
Oh,
he'll turn around and get a face full, just like anyway.
oh no. Oh, God.
Fantastic. Roll me a D12, please.
Oh,
I can't wait to see the beautiful centaur Kellen
10.
will become.
Oh,
oh God.
Roll me a D10.
Oh God.
there's another roll.
Yes.
Roll a d10.
What's happening? No.
Oh no.
I got one of something. I think.
Ooh.
Ooh-wee.
She'll look at Mark.
If it's an extra peen, just let me know now, because I don't.
Ellen,
want that in there.
your voice deepens.
Yo,
For the next 24 hours,
what a man.
your voice sounds sinister. You get
Like-
advantage on charisma intimidation checks and disadvantage on deception and persuasion checks.
So
I
when
wasn't
you're
using those
talking,
anyway.
are you talking deep, like
I'm talking
Well,
like
Very white, baby.
Hey. Go on, Kellen, do the voice.
Oh my god.
I don't think I have that voice mod. In fact,
Marana, I think we need to run before they get us with it.
Wouldn't it have hit both of you?
Marana's just an outline.
no,
Not where Marana was.
I'm pretty sure that the intended target was Kellen for being kind of a jackass.
I mean,
And
water is water. You know?
Shilde, it's up to you.
he is wiping his face, and he's like,
Why,
damn it,
why not? It gives me a reason to snap into angry Scottish mode.
I hope it turns your voice into a helium voice.
Do you want to take it or do you just want to roll a save?
Just take it.
Okay, roll me a
God.
d12.
Curiosity killed the party.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
I'm looking sick. Okay.
Shit.
She on fleek, brother.
Hey, you
Oh,
too?
that's 2.
2.
I'm looking fine as fuck, bro.
I think that's
Shilde,
Yeah.
roll me a d4.
Uh-oh.
I need Yuri to tell me that I have a tail and wings. Please, please make my day.
Roll me another d4.
Uh-oh.
Make my year.
Oh god. I'm scared for you, Ashilda.
Hey, guess what?
You also grow eye stalks.
Let's go!
4 eye stalks emerge from your body.
My man. Dab me
Wherever,
up.
sort of like just around your body. They're not nearly as centralized as Alaric's because Alaric willingly drank of the water. Because the water splashed you, the eye stalks grow in random places. You have 4 eye stalks that emerge from your body, and they will last for 4 days.
Yes! Yes!
You have advantage on wisdom perception checks, and you can see in all directions.
Welcome.
Welcome, brother.
brother.
Welcome to the snail zone.
At least you can't be flamed.
Shame will still hit you.
Are you happy now? Can we please go?
I am so sorry. I was. Is that how they look?
Very sorry.
I didn't mean to. You know. Aiming for Kellen. You know.
Right.
Kellen's still wiping his face, and when he goes like, "What happened? What happened?" And then like that nasty, horrible voice comes out, and he just claps both his hands over his mouth with his eyes wide, like.
Sorrel's eyes grow wide as she's like, whoa. Oh.
Oh, great. Our dear Kellen has finally become a man. Can we please go?
He glares like, but he's not talking.
Okay, party. Most of you, save for Marana, who ran away at the sight of danger, understandably so, seeing what has happened to her party.
Go get
Yes,
go
boo.
get them.
No.
Come on.
I love how we entered the scene like, oh, this is very uncanny, and now we're like, yo, bro, do a
I have
flip.
you know what? I have a feeling that fucking Stillerell's gonna use that as like a water balloon later on. Like, hiya!
Who's leading the party into Eliond?
Good old boon water. That's what it's called.
Boon water, sure.
She's called it boon water. It grants a boon.
Yuria will
Alaric.
lead with her third eye,
That's a boon.
looking
You
around.
can see in all directions. Just because it's not something you want doesn't mean it's not a boon.
Yuria's
Booners.
leading
That's right, baby.
with True
No.
Sight?
Yep.
Oh. What? It's okay. We're getting into Elion. It's fine.
That's right.
True, true,
So
true.
roll me a d12. And who's spotting? Ashilde or Alaric?
I think, yeah, that'd be
Uh,
funny.
Roll me a,
Yeah.
roll me a perception check at advantage, please. Yuria, roll me a d12.
Ooh-wee.
And
Ooh-wee.
Just want you to
Ooh,
know, whatever she leads us into, I super see it.
Thankfully, Eliond is a safe zone. This
Fuck!
would have been an encounter on a 1 with a Uria-specific table. However, that didn't happen as the party makes their way into Eliond, as the night has begun to settle over as you've made your way past the outlying farms and have made your way back into Eliond, into the place that you know. You're going to map transition to Eliond proper.
Fuck, that's funny.
Welcome home, such as it is. Thankfully, Murano was right. Being relatively late in the evening, there are not a lot of people out who would be interested in a returning band. At least those that would see you would eventually recognize you as the guests of the mayor. You begin to make your way back well into the evening now. Where are you going, party?
You girl.
Yeah, probably.
Very fast.
Okay. Go ahead and
With a
drag
coolness.
the token, please.
Are you guys sure you don't want to stop by, like, Reynolds real quick? You know,
No.
talk to him about.
Talk to him,
You
let him
sure?
call you an idiot for half an hour.
You sure? We got. I mean, maybe he's got more information about the basilisk. We probably.
Ashilda, do you hide your eye stalks?
I would try and cover them with a cloak, yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
I just think of like a Shieldite walking around with this eye stalk, and like the end of it has like a little napkin just draped over it.
Oh, does that mean her eye stalks also have runes, Iria?
I don't know. DM, does her eye stalks have runes?
Yes, because they are still a extension of her. They are a part of her. So you would see the eyes have runes on them.
And the ghost procession just follows.
Correct.
After a few, hours of travel, Yuria is no longer thinking this is a drug
Hallucination?
or an illusion or hallucination. So she starts to get real nervous. She's looking at your dead people real like, oh, wait.
Looking up, you would see sort of like amorphous entities sort of like swirling through the air. Just sort of like passing by like a school of fish would.
What the fuck?
Those aren't Marana's amorphous blobs. Those are just random.
Nope, you can make out the
Things.
silhouettes of Marana that follow her, sort of walking in stride or gliding across the floor. These are gargantuan, like monstrous-sized entities that you can't really make out the shape of.
She looks at them, looks at the party, notices they don't see him, looks back. She just kind of stops walking for a minute. You don't see that?
Hmm.
She points up at the giant amorphous blobs.
Yes, Yuria, those are clouds.
No, that's no cloud. Here, let me show you. She replicates what she's seeing using mirror image, just on a very smaller scale.
It just looks like a blob.
Murata
Somewhat.
kind of has that kind of look when someone's like,
Sure,
She
buddy.
looks at the blob.
You realize that attempting to recreate what you see with your insight is not possible. Your mind cannot comprehend it.
Oh god. That's an Eldritch reference.
She looks at her creation, the blob, pursing her lips. You know what? Let's just keep walking.
Faster, please.
She'll do several look backs as they continue to walk. Ooh, and here comes the fun part of having
Who
true
wants
sight.
to braid my hair now? It's all cool as fuck.
You're gonna need sunglasses.
Making your way back to the Singing Tier, the place that you have been calling home for close to a month now. Living here in the good graces of Gerald and Guinevere, you make your way inside and realize that they are sort of cleaning up for the evening. And as Yuria looks to Guinevere, you do not see an elf. You see a massive ancient silver dragon.
There it is, baby. Yuria stops cold. She points at Guinevere and goes, "What is that?"
That's Guinevere, Yuria.
Guinevere sort of raises a brow for a moment. You see this massive form is sort of like silhouetting the form that she's presenting or projecting, right? And she sort of gives a curious cant of her head. And she looks at all of you for a moment.
I
Well, great news. Silverrail is recovered.
I see that. What have you done?
Damn, when Guinevere speaks, how does it sound to me?
Let me show you.
All right.
Let me see if I can replicate it. Hold on, let's go take a quick test.
All right.
Testing.
Testing.
Testing. Testing. What have you all done?
Sounds like that.
We will. Successful.
All right.
You see this wide smile that takes her lips as you say you're successful. And she very quickly sort of sets down the broom that she was using and comes up and sort of places her hands on your shoulder, just looking you over and seeing the gold that radiates from you, and just is sort of like taken aback by it, but embraces you nonetheless, much like she had done the night that you had saw each other again.
I'm guessing I'm seeing a giant silver dragon just completely envelop Cyrano.
Yes.
All right. Yuria
It's eating her.
quietly
Yeah.
goes and takes a seat.
And well, I'm not one for secrets, so there was this really weird pool, and it did some things whether you touched it or drank it. And I'll remove the cloak. This is something that happened to
Oh
me
my God.
when Alaric splashed me. Yes, he's got some too.
It was an accident.
Oh my God. Alaric,
Hello.
All right,
why would
Kellen,
you do
say
that?
Kellen, say hello.
He shakes his head.
Say hello, Kellen.
Shakes his head harder.
Come on, Kellen, out with it.
She sort of pushes herself back from Silveril, crossing her arms over her chest, now realizing, what the fuck did these adventurers do? Gerald rounding the corner now, sort of wiping his hands off. He goes, right. Oh, you're back. Good to oh my God, what happened?
I kind of expected a great big belly laugh from him, to be honest.
We will successful.
He claps his hands together, this sort of like arms wide. Fantastic. What are those?
Silveril tilts her head.
What are those? He's pointing with two fingers at Alaric and a shielding.
Look, it was an accident. I didn't mean to spill the water on her. I thought he'd maybe make her taller or something. Then this happened.
It's alright. I'm dealing with it as it's here.
Right. Okay.
What do I see when I look at Geralt?
Well, you would see that there is, as he gets close to Guinevere, there is something that connects the two. This strange thread, almost.
This tiny thread between a large half-giant and an even larger dragon.
Indeed.
Very good.
Aside from that, there's nothing else really about him that is revealed with true sight.
Normalcy. Mostly.
Or wisdom.
Right.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
There's no need to panic. We can figure this out.
It gets better. Kellen, say something.
Mm-mm.
Come on.
Mm-mm.
Oh, lad, what happened to you?
Wait for it.
You got an eyeball in your mouth or something?
Mm-mm.
Well, then what is it?
He just kind of sighs, defeated, and just.
They sound like this.
Oh my
My
god.
man!
What? What in Paylor's name
Yup.
happened to all of you while you were traveling? Did Olwyn do this to you?
No. Neither did the copper.
What?
Yes, we met, Erin. The
The
clever.
clever.
You can see Geralt sort of work his jaw for a moment.
Tyros is a very strange place. Maybe
The bronze dragon.
He was. I
Quite
do believe
similar.
I do believe he's a copper.
Or copper, yeah, she meant to say copper.
I know him.
It's strange that we've seen two metallic lords since we've been in the Southlands.
Yes.
Did I just notice any kind of discomfort, girl?
Not discomfort. Why don't you roll me an insight check?
Sounded like tolerance.
Do I get advantage with my super eyes?
You see him well.
enhanced.
It's more like awareness of what this entity is capable of, and sort of like maybe a history.
You've seen him before?
I have.
I just imagine Alric's like being like stalks just like zooming in, closing in on Geralt's face.
Like, I imagine them like the eyes of a servitor, like coming out from behind it,
Yeah.
zooming in, just
Aye.
taking every micro expression that he makes.
Incredibly unnerving, lad, the thing you're doing right now.
Alright,
What?
and
Did he
and
prank you?
Not me. No, there was a tournament about a decade back. And he spiked the wine.
oh,
And the jousting portion of the tournament was very wild because everybody sort of had a different thing happen to them. Some couldn't see, some could see really well. They just couldn't walk. Some could fly, which made it pretty unfair.
They didn't.
Sounds like the pool.
They didn't hunt him down.
No, he was reprimanded.
Mm-hmm.
You mean by hunt him down? And the eye stalk just immediately turned to Uriel.
Ah! I don't like that. I don't like it when he does that.
There's, it wasn't like a, it wasn't too egregious, is the way to put it. He's still a lord. What are we gonna do with both of you?
Yuria has to keep her helmet on.
Why?
Fucking got him.
I quite like my helmet, thank you.
Uh-huh.
It was
Honesty
custom-made
is the best
for me
policy.
to fit. Subtlety
It
is
has an
also a nice
eye.
policy.
Three of you
A
got
third one.
eyes.
A third one on your forehead.
Wow, that you were very fortuitous then that it was only one and not four.
This one can
Agreed.
see things. Things others cannot.
At that, Guinevere's brows, who's been very amused at this moment, that sort of settles and her brows rise.
Yuria has been staring at Guinevere this whole time
Outed.
from under the helmet. Not at the form of Guinevere, the elf, but at the face of the dragon.
She, studying your expression for a moment, or your helmet, and your lack of looking away, she sort of smacks her lips. Well, that's no fun.
Not fun. I guess not. Things are a little strange for me. It's a little difficult to decide what's real or not. A few minutes ago, I saw these. She tries to find the words, but obviously cannot find the words for something that her brain cannot comprehend. Things floating above Elion. No one else seemed to notice, though.
Guinevere raises her brows again. They are very high on her face.
You look well, Lady Guinevere.
Thank you, my dear. It's very
She
kind of
gives
you.
a very soft nod.
This subtle cant of the head, the eyes, taking in your person for a moment, she relents with a small nod, keeping her arms crossed over her chest.
What is happening?
Right. Well, welcome back. I'm glad that you're free. It really does put my heart at ease knowing that you're no longer going to be attacked by whatever the hell that was.
Oh, and Guinevere the flail is destroyed.
There is a look of relief that washes over Guinevere. Well, your rooms are still up there. If you need anything, don't be afraid to holler.
We're planning to leave after we sleep. Go check on the caravans.
Oh, aye, all right. Do you have a inkling of where to go?
The Kingsmen gave us a trace of where we should go. We plan to follow the trail.
Aye.
Do our best. Hopefully we can get them. Or at least find out what happened.
That would be most helpful. I've sort of been worrying with some of the other farmers about figuring out what we're going to do. But if you can find these caravans and find the supplies, and hopefully the traders within them still, well, you'll ease the burden on my shoulders. and I'd be very thankful for it.
Leave it to us.
You're
If
too
not-
kind.
Yes, for the duty I have to. But so we pay you for all you have done.
He sort of walks up, patting his hand on your shoulder, your glowing frame. Eyelass, you've done enough. Doing this, I'll be in your debt. Now, before anybody else comes in and sees you two, perhaps it's best you go upstairs.
Understood.
This, water you found, by the way, where?
I've got some of it on me.
You took some, of course you did.
Of course!
I thought we could have a look at it.
You know, lass, looking at your companions here, I don't know if I want to get anywhere near it. I think you're the only one that come out unscathed.
It was a strange pool not far from Elion's.
It did strange things to the fauna there as well.
Oh. Well, that's mildly foreboding. Okay.
I
I'll...
didn't seem hurt by it, but it was all very strange.
She says, kind of like looking back over her shoulder at Alaric and Shilda.
Alaric doesn't seem to notice, but both of his hawks do. Looking directly at her.
Right. I'm going to speak with some of the outlying farms. Make sure that none of their wildlife goes wandering over. I don't need any shepherds leading their herd to it and thinking, oh, water, how nice. And then their sheep start growing eyes. That's the last thing I want. So, I'll...
They will.
Well, 3 out of your 6 grew eyes. So there's a very high likelihood they'll grow eyes. Just, looking at all of you and knowing what you told me.
What do you say? That to grow. You could make glowing fabric.
Or you can make eye fabric.
Oh,
Glowing
don't like that.
fabric.
Glowing
You
eye
need to
fabric.
rule on different things.
Aye, that's a chance. I'll speak to some of the other farmers just to make sure, and we'll double check and make sure that there's nothing untoward about this pool. And go from there. Let me know if any else happens to you and yours while you're sleeping.
Sure.
There was another world on the other end of the pool.
What?
Just gets worse.
I need to talk to Reynold Duskbrand.
I cannot confirm what she says. I did not see it.
Well, I believe her.
I appreciate all the honesty. It puts a lot of faith in you and yours. It means very much to me, you being honest. I will say,
Liberating.
sure, yep.
The fish was swimming upside down.
Somebody take her upstairs, please. I'll speak to some of the others and let them know. I appreciate it. I will say, before you do go, you have a different, not eye stalks withstanding, a different air about you. You hold yourself differently.
Oops.
All of you.
I would say.
Oh, right. Olwyn did mention
When we fought Nysatheris, when Silveril broke free, you can
I
imagine.
flew.
Yes, I'm sure you did, dear.
I did.
When Silveril broke free from the flail, it launched what appeared to be its previous meals at us. Spirits trapped within the flail, and I suppose its metaphorical belly. I was able to meet the manticore, whose wings I wear as a cloak. Unpetrified this time.
Well,
Oh, when we fought and Nysatheris was finished, Olwen said the spirits offered their power to us.
I see.
Apparently, they were grateful. I admit, it's been a bit, the events after the fight have left me a little out of it.
Understandable. I don't mean to pry. It's just, I just noticed it is all, looking at you. You have a different sort of air about you. And, at least from what I can tell, a good one. I just wanted to say so.
Thank you, Geralt.
He sort of purses his lips together. Right.
Should go to bed.
Your beds are freshly made. Sheets and everything changed out. You'll have to draw the water still, but baths are yours. And, of course, holler if you need anything.
She glances over to Alric with his eye stalks. Would you mind drawing some water for the baths?
It's him who turns. The stalk's looking forward still. As though he were taking everything in the room independently of where he's looking, right? Aware of more than one thing at the same time.
Shielda goes up to the bath, casts create water, and gets in.
Okay,
Well, okay, cheater.
I guess that happened before I could answer.
Oh, wait, what did
Kellen
Ashilda do?
won't. I guess she went up and made her own water.
Oh. She watches as Ashilda supposedly barrel up the stairs.
Oh. I guess I'll wait.
We'll play amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
How many buckets?
Enough to fill the bath, I guess.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Silver, lovely tail, by the way.
Huh? What? Turns around expecting to see one. Like,
Well, it's right there.
oh, I see you are playing jokes.
A small silence.
I'm not really sure what is a joke anymore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you are not. What does it look like?
Draconic. Like the wings.
The wings?
You can't pretend to be surprised by that. We've all seen them, I think.
Well,
They're just sort of there now, more permanently than before.
but I can only see them when I think about them.
Well, it appears that doesn't mean they aren't still there. Or that copper is having a very funny prank right now. God, I hope this isn't all a joke.
I don't know.
Did he take a foul of your reaction to his jokes?
Tries to sort of recollect how he took her specific reaction. Well, I admit, in my panic, thinking we were under attack, I did break one of the tents that he knocked over on top of me, and in my irritation, I may have tried to make one of my own.
She means joke. To be clear, not Ted.
Well, they often react in kind. A joke, a prank. If one is given, they return it. So your prank, more than likely, whatever it may have been, they had to give you another one.
Oh. But he started the prank, I think.
I never said it was fair, my dear.
Ah. So, I thought it ended when he rigged my bedroll to fall into a pit.
I imagine that is the end of it.
You all wanted to drink from that spring.
To be fair, my dear, it looks as if everybody had, except for you. Unless, of course, you're hiding an eye I cannot see.
She shakes her head.
That's what I thought.
I think that by now Alaric would have like stepped in with 2 buckets and made his way upstairs.
When he comes in, Ashila's eyes are just above the water. All 6 of them.
He goes about filling the tub, and you know how he's like turning, facing the tub, stooping forward. As he's doing all of this, his stalks are rigidly staring back at her the whole time. They don't move. They only like veer slightly as is necessary to remain facing her at all times,
He's
as
a
though they
peeping
were
Tom.
independent of his body. No, at the eyes that are peeking out from the tub.
To stalk off.
Exactly.
Wondering since his back is turned if he can actually see this, she's gonna raise her hand up out of the water, give him the finger, and then sink it back down.
You see it.
The eyes on the stalks look at each other after they see the finger. And he scoffs.
I was just curious to see if they actually work, even if you weren't facing.
You are an us.
You're the one who splashed me.
It was an accident.
I told you I didn't want to touch it.
Guinevere. Oh, go on.
It's okay.
Go on.
He sort of shrugs with his hands to the sides, a bucket in each, now empty because he filled it up, and leaves.
At that point, Kelvin would try to like touch Miranda's arm, and then start making probably not very good hand signs from the little that she's taught him. Basically, just asking, like, teach him more. For the love of God!
I'll be honest, dog. You have not spent enough time to even learn
Yeah.
like basics.
Well, he's just gonna make gestures and until she hopefully gets what he's putting down.
You want to put mayonnaise on your sandwich?
Yes. But also no.
She kind of looks at that and like, and gives a nod.
Yes, of course. I'll just start with something we could use more immediately.
He looks very grateful because he's not belching out with that terrible voice right now. It is scary.
So yeah, I guess waiting for the next shift of baths, seeing there's only 3 at a time.
I thought there was only 2 at a time at one point. Could be wrong.
There's 3.
Through bounce.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, and just kind of sort of take up residence in the lobby and just sort of teach basic hand signs, like, you know,
This is the alphabet.
enemy, enemy, how many, you know, that sort of thing.
Is there anything the party would like to do tonight before you settle down for a long rest?
Oh.
Look at everything.
Yes, but
Observe.
I'll hold off.
Yes, but you'll hold off. Uh-oh. Trouble!
Alaric will offer to fill any tubs as need filling, and when it's opportune, he will bathe. That's it for me.
Silver will search for the tail she was told she had.
Just turning in circles like a puppy.
You never see it.
Where is it?
Weak. Seeing Silveril look for a tail, like waits a moment, and then she'll she'll silent cast mirror image so that a tail shows up, filling out where she sees the tail.
There is such elation in her eyes.
I'm a dragon.
What does it look like, dear? Does it look familiar?
Yes. Albeit a much smaller version. More fitting to your frame, of course, because you are like 5'2".
You are very small.
She's 5'4". Thank you.
That was close. But yes, a very familiar golden tail. With that sort of softer, pale gold underneath. Like the softer portion of the tail is at.
There's a catch in her breath as she looks at it. Like an expression of someone who has seen something they hadn't seen in a very long time. That they think of very fondly.
It follows the motions of the swaying that Urias sees, and thanks to the Mind Stone, to Urida's sort of artistic eye, she's better able to sort of capture the natural motion of what a tail would look like.
Okay. Amidst all of this, Guinevere watches with a very keen interest, sort of leaned against the bar, watching Silveril sort of thrash her tail around. And there's a very subdued smile on her face. But she relaxes, just sort of watches before eventually leaving and going back to whatever chore she was doing before you all showed up.
She would go over to, like, closer to Yuria and just kind of, she would hug her.
Yuria, like, carefully looks around to see if anyone notices.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Though, don't thank me. I only put the image there. The real...
She pauses at the the word real. Well, what's there for me was there way before I put it there. She kind of puts like one hand carefully almost around Silver and like sort of gently pats her shoulder blade.
You get a T-Rosian hug. Someone is,
Lift it off your
everything's
feet.
bigger in Tyros. So, you get a big ol' hug.
Tyros is Texas. Got it.
Please, you're squeezing me. You have a 20 strength. I have a 12 strength.
I have an 18.
It still hurts.
We go until the spine breaks.
Yeah,
Go blinding
she would stop with the hug and kind of like pat her shoulder. I wasn't sure about you so very long ago. But I am glad you're here. Thank you.
She gives only the slightest nod to Silveril of confirmation, her emotion masked under the silver helm, staring back. I do what I can for for family.
There's like a smile that comes to her lips. A pursing smile.
Yeah. That Yuri sensibilities returning as close as family politics can allow.
I imagine that in the future, would there ever need to be a complete unity between us and where we come from? There would be.
I'm not so sure, dear. There are empires between us.
Women have been influencing empires for hundreds of years.
Perhaps. But war and fear is a much greater whisperer. And your
Fear can
people.
only go so far.
Hmm?
Fear can only go so far.
We'll have to see how the stage is set. I believe the baths are waiting for you.
She pulls off, like, starts to pull off her left gauntlet, kind of holding it in her hand, and the tips of her fingers glow as she, like, looks over her hand. They will more than likely wait till the morning.
If you wish, though we have been on the road for quite some time.
Are you saying that I stink? She looks at her with, like, a raised, glowing eyebrow.
Of course not. Not for a Tarosian.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
Leaning out from the kitchen. Take a bath.
Wrecked. Destroyed. Decimation.
She leans back into the kitchen.
Oh, wait a minute. And she, like, goes to smell at herself.
Ultimate destruction.
Stinky.
Oof, oof.
What
Boom.
the fuck, DM?
Fine, boom.
Everybody stinky.
Whoa.
Fine.
Yeah,
Everybody
what the
stinky.
fuck?
Some of us are in the tub already. What are you talking?
Oh, yeah, those who are on top of getting clean, fine. The rest of you, stinky.
There it is. Yeah, you rancid people. Gross.
I'm Mindlash Aller.
What?
Oh, the first target.
Alright. To be clear, I don't smell.
There's
Grumbles.
no response from the kitchen.
Damn.
Yikes.
I told you.
Oof.
And she will turn, like, waving, like, her gauntlet a bit. I don't smell.
Of course not. The water is purely for show, as is the soap.
You use soap?
She pauses and then like looks.
And you see that she's just grinning at you. I just... the like, tail behind her is, like, flapping and swaying and shit.
I know that, she says, obviously suspecting you weren't joking.
Come on. Lighten up a bit. I've been felt to... be left.
I feel fairly lighthearted. What?
Right.
Now you're
And I
giving
don't
me the
smell.
look.
She
Oh.
grins as she walks up the stair.
Putting a pause there as we begin to close down for the night. Marana, you said there was something you wanted to do?
Vaguely, but we can close down. It's not that important. I just wanted to talk to a certain ghosty boy to see if he actually was still following me around.
You're changing out your proficiency?
More so just trying to communicate with that particular one.
Okay. Why don't you roll me don't you roll me a persuasion check?
I can certainly try.
And where are you doing this?
In my room. Ooh, nope.
In your room. Okay.
You're not gonna do it in the bath with everyone else?
God, no.
That'd be so
Hayne and
fun.
shoulders.
I think that's the last place people would want me to summon Lord Hayne. Provane!
Just get it he apparates in the bath with Alaric on the other side, facing him.
Grover!
Awfully smelly, Crowane.
Yeah.
Forget
That's
to
gonna
wash
be a
behind
no.
your ears.
With a 9, as you attempt to sort of beseech the spirit that you're told is sort of following you, there's a very long pause where nothing happens. And then, given that you're not trying to take the proficiency he would offer, you instead are met with, "Don't waste my time." And a hand shoves you.
Yeah. Just kind of like shoved further back or shoved back down onto her bed. Kind of go like huffs and. We will have this conversation. Maybe not now, but we will.
No response.
That's fine.
As the party settles down for the evening with your various afflictions which hold your person.
A boon, please.
Boons for some. Afflictions for others. Resting for the night, you find yourselves in the comfort of the singing tier once more, where you can let your guard down and relax. Obviously, Silver's room is a glowing beacon. The light is
Turn the lights
visible
out.
underneath her door and through her window.
She various many times will raise the blanket and the tips of her toes cause a glow to come out, and then she puts it back down, and then she raises it.
Yo, she got the light up.
And as you all settle down for the evening with your various states of excitement or just calm, that's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Noise.
Thanks so much for playing.
Thank you for the game, DM.
Psycho.
That happened.
Yeah. Wild. Shit's cray, yo.
Yeah, Yuria being able to see through her own eyelids as she tries to sleep.
She's just like the eyes open. She's just staring up at the shadow demon that's sitting in the roof. Just
Hey,
How long have you been there?
you're going to eat that?
What?
Gestures
over,
at
there's-
vaguely at your soul.
Break me off a piece of everything.
Yeah, I'm saving it for later.
Oh, bad. All
I'm
right.
saving myself. Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm going to go next door. You need anything?
No, I'm good.
All right, cool. Phases through the wall.
What the fuck?
Alec, wake up now!
He's over there playing devil's dice with Alaric.
Yuria finally seeing what cats see every day. Yes.
Now I
Oh,
need the flying cat familiar so we can all just stare at.
How was my
whatever
dad?
What?
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 Was he nice?
What are you talking about? Little schizo moment.
This is the end of the session for those in chat. So for any of you that are interested, you may use your channel points to highlight any questions you may have pertaining to the game, towards the characters, the party, the world, anything like that. Highlight it with your channel points, and we will answer it to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, questions time.
I had a great time today.
It was quirky, and I loved it.
That's sort of what I like about Hexcrawl, is that it makes the world feel more lived in.
Bro, Yuri's brain is fucking
So-
jelly.
How terrible could that pond have fucked us up?
Not fucked you up, but it could have done some quirky shit to you. The
Yeah.
ice stalks, like, bare minimum of weirdness.
Oh god.
I mean, I
Yeah.
got two.
That's the bare minimum? Holy shit.
Yeah,
What are some? I'm curious to ask. What
I'm not going to tell you.
so weirder? Oh god.
No.
There's a
Since
chance
I
you could see it
have
again.
a flash of it, so.
Ah. Oh no.
Next time we
Zora.
next time we see it, we gotta
Here, have some
push
tea.
more on in there. Yeah.
Drink this. What?
Oh shit, she's got a bioweapon.
I also love how Cyril did her best Storm impression and her best Sentry impression. What does that mean?
Hmm.
What's that mean, food dude?
Explain. I don't get a reference.
So it was a comfy session? Yes. So the pond was a deck of many things? No.
It was a pond of many things. Jeez.
Can already tell this is going to be a clip-heavy session.
Maybe.
Funden. Think of Uriel watching someone use a Ouija board and seeing the spirit move the was that planchette? How the fuck you
Yeah,
say that?
planchette.
That's
Planchette. You got it.
the least weird thing I could see.
Yuri already see the weird things in the ethereal plane, which are things her mind can't even comprehend.
I love true sight.
You have 99 insight.
Woo! I want to keep. DM, how do I keep it? How do I lose my ability to tell reality from the extra planar?
Start asking around. Start doing some research.
Fantastic.
True sight is something players can get.
Yo, it's lit. I'd like to lose my
I know, I
sanity,
want it.
please.
I don't remember if Yuri did this, but did she take a look at herself? Yes. She saw
did.
that not only did she have the one eye, but then there were numerous other eyes around it that others couldn't see.
You have to have eyes on the inside of your mind, Lawrence. Fear the old blood.
Did you come up with the enchanted water table, or is that is there a table for it? Yes, there's a table for it. I tweaked it and made it my own, so it's not one for one with the one you can find in Tasha's, but yeah.
Little sussy.
Please, Spike Gerald's drink the enchanted water.
Oh, that's how you get thrown out.
Zivas.
Maybe if I was chaotic, but I'm a oh fuck, what's my other? I think neutral good or no lawful good, so I would never do that.
Sentry because she's golden humanoid now. Storm impression because she was telling the other party members how the pool granted boons when she got the nicest result out of all of them. Oh, you're making a fucking X-Men reference. Storm's like, all of our powers are great, talking to the person that kills people when she touches them.
I can see the world.
That's rogue.
Yeah, she was like, all of our powers are amazing. We shouldn't feel ashamed of any of them. Talking to Rogue. When Rogue kills people and Storm is fucking got cool lightning powers.
Rogue's like, I can't make out with somebody without their face turning into a sunken out plastic bag, okay? What the
Yes.
fuck are you talking about?
Oops, all mummy.
How much of a bullet was dodged since Silver broke free of the white before meeting the copper lad? A pretty big bullet.
Huge.
Ooh, yeah.
Coppers are chaotic,
Ooh-wee.
and they sort of do whatever they want.
I love. He's like, hey, you want 3,000 platinum for that? Lamau.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You liked
You
your
knew I
sword.
wasn't. Yeah. I also knew, and you knew that I would never sell the sword.
What?
So
No, come on.
nice little bait there.
What? No,
Little bait.
come on. I would never do that.
Imagine if I said yes though. Like how
Bet.
surprised would you be?
I would fucking laugh.
Yeah.
There ain't no way you're carrying 3,000 platinum.
No, there isn't. Also, there's nowhere to spend 3,000 platinum anywhere in this.
It gives you a
peninsula.
MasterCard, and it's like, go crazy. And then you look around, they're like, we only accept cash.
Can you break a $500 bill?
Whoa,
No.
get the fuck out of my store.
Get out of my shop!
Doesn't have a question yet. Just wanted to say I appreciate you all. I had a really rough day at work, and being able to catch even a small bit of the episode helped immensely. Well, we're always great to have you here, Luna.
Yeah.
My tummy's getting all swirly again, so I'm going to go to bed.
It's all right.
Good
Rest well, should we?
night, ice stocks.
May go with you, actually.
Oh, the ice stocks are out of the building.
I low-key hope Yuria keeps the third eye forever. Who knows?
I hope so too, Super. Even though it will doubtlessly cause a lot more issues. Than
You know that stress mechanic I mentioned?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. That's for you.
Hey, actually, speaking of stress mechanics, I was looking at other RPG variants, and have you heard of a quirky TTRPG called Mothership
No.
with its own stress system and panic system
Mm.
built in?
Good
It
hour.
is
Oh,
a
God, why
D6
do you
system.
do this?
You said
Why?
the words.
Nice.
One of the abilities is you still panic. It's called like adrenaline shot, a surge adrenaline. It's like one of the good ones that you get if you crit success, where you basically get like a bonus to all your stats, but you still panicked. So, and you have a chance to panic your other friends if enough people panic. It's really fucked. It's a complete
Nice.
death spiral.
Oh,
It's
shit.
designed. It's a horror TTRPG, so it's completely designed, especially at lower levels, to death spiral you. Because they want you to run away from this crazy alien xenomorph, at least at lower levels. It's pretty
Jesus
quirky.
Christ, why?
It's pretty funny.
So Yuria, are you ready to 1v1 the silver dragon in the room?
Yeah, let me add her. At cooking, right?
I think she loses that one.
At cooking, right? I want to see. I wish I walked in and it was like Guinevere as a silver dragon, but she's got like an apron on
Kiss the chef.
and like mittens on, and I'm like, what? She's got
Go on. Got a little like chef's hat on.
yeah, a little chef's hat. She's got a pie in one hand. It's like a huge clawed hand.
Oh my god, it's so good to see all of you.
Are you hungry?
Are you hungry?
Hand pushes tables. As it reaches out towards Yuria, she screams.
Wasn't Alec raised in Rof? Oh, that motherfucker left.
He went to bed or something. Lame.
Yes, I imagine his. I'll have to ask Blake what food in Rofield's like. He said it's very. He said it's very like Polish. So I don't know what Polish food's like.
Yo, what's
So,
up?
Welcome back.
Alric to the floorboards. What's going on?
Nice of you to come back. You didn't even say goodbye. Wasn't Alaric raised in Rofield? So isn't that where he'd get his food taste from?
He was raised on the road, mostly, actually.
The
Like-
road field.
He grew up as a kid in Rofield, and then he exited the age of being a page, became a squire, and the moment he became a squire, he was never in Rofield or like in a city proper, right? He was always traveling around, traveling the south of Tyros. So if he learned how to cook, it would have been through his master, and his master probably didn't cook. So him cooking like he's from Kareem would mean that he purposefully tried to emulate the way they cook at home so he can give himself that nostalgic itch every time he cooks for himself.
Nice. What is the party's first order of business now for the party? What is the issue do they plan on addressing first? I believe the intent is to go try and track down the caravans.
Does seem that way, which surprised me because they just said it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool.
I did say
Me.
goodnight, by the way.
Your mic must have not picked it up.
I also said it in the chat. I gave everybody a heart.
In Discord?
No, in Twitch.
Twitch.
That thing you stream on?
I didn't see your red
All our
name.
friends are.
I'm usually able to see your name because it's like Cyric the something. It's huge.
It's right up there. It says goodnight, friends. It's there.
I don't see it. You're a fibber. But I will accept your good night now. Good night. Rest well. Thanks for
Kiss the
playing.
homies.
The 31st of God's night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night. But yeah, it seems like we can't do a lot of other stuff without having stuff. So we must obtain the stuff.
Is Kellen prepared to use that voice mod for the next few sessions?
No. Yes, probably though.
Why not? You have 4 days, brother.
I think it's only 24 hours.
Oh wait, I think it was a shield day who had 4 days of
Yeah.
brain stock.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, I need some long explanations about the stone from the redhead alchemist from Haynes Keep. I only heard if you know the name of the stone's owner, he can't hit you or something like that. He's not an alchemist. You're talking about Arcanist Raynor Brightmore. And you're talking about the Alacrity stone that was given to Yuria by him. Duskbrand told Yuria that for Raynor, knowing a wizard's true name, their real name, gives you power over them, and their spells don't affect you or have a harder time affecting you.
Does that mean I need to go invent like a true name for Uriel real quick?
Yuria's not a wizard.
Is it wizard specifically or like spellcasters?
You'll find out.
Okay. Pog. I can't wait for us to be like, yeah, it's time to go fight the BBEG, and the BBEG's like, I know all your names, Lamau. Magic immunity.
I'd have given you a little more warning about stuff like that. So yeah, he gave her the Alacrity Stone, and Duskbrand informed her that the Alacrity Stone is also being used to sort of keep like tabs on her, to sort of like make sure she doesn't die or anything like that.
Yes, it's very helpful for that. I'm sure that's the only reason they keep tabs on me, and no other.
Nope, no other reason.
Duskbrand also helpfully mentioned that he knows Raynor's name and can therefore look into the Alacrity Stone. He didn't mention that last bit, but it was heavily implied.
The TTRPG system Sizzle mentioned basically sounds like Space Age COC.
What's COC?
Call of Cthulhu.
Oh,
I think so. I think that's the idea, yeah. But IDIS is pretty accurate in that it's Dead Space TTRPG.
Yikes.
I knew Gwen was a dragon. I called it, and you played it. Real talk, though, what kind of monstrosity would the half-dragon quarter-giant of a lad will be when Gwen and Gerald have kids? There's nothing saying they don't already have kids.
Oh god.
Who do you think the copper is? Boom.
Boom.
That little shit. That's why Gail's like, yeah, I know him.
That's me, boy.
Oh, he was always a kid.
Oh no.
Yuria saying, at cooking right, makes me think of the meme of, I could take 14 werewolves in a fight, right? Silence. In a fight, right? Funny enough, that is also fitting to Yuria.
Daughter of the moon,
Yeah.
baby.
Thought of a question. So the thread that Yuria saw connecting Gerald and Gwen, was that a thread of fate? Who knows?
I know.
And last question. Last question. Ellen says is a stupid question. Who you guys shipping? NPCs or characters?
Bro, I'm shipping Guinevere and Geralt.
Pog, got him.
Yeah. It's basically confirmed.
I'm shipping. I don't know if we've gotten to ship status yet. I mean, unless y'all have suggestions.
Oh, you know.
You always say shit like that.
Oh, you know.
Any other answers?
Not at the moment. I haven't quite got that far yet.
Alaric get his eye stalks.
Yes, clearly.
Solo real?
Mm-mm.
All right. Then we can go ahead and we can call it here. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Goodbye, chat.
Chat, it was lit.
As the kids say.
Smash that bell. Bro, imagine if you
Say
hear this thing,
goodbye.
I just...
Say goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'll be back.
Fucking nerds.
Hey, gamers. Thanks for coming out and watching the stream. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the players, supporting myself, and ensuring that I get to continue doing this awesome thing that I love, getting to play Dungeons and Dragons with my friends every week and having the opportunity to build a community with all of you where we all get to come together and enjoy TTRPGs and the like. So thank you very much for that. Thank you all so much for your support tonight. It is incredibly kind of you. That's it for me. We're still waiting to hear back from the artist about emotes. I'll let you guys know if there are any updates about that. We are close to 2.7k followers. So hopefully, the goal is still to keep slamming through these until we start in the new year, and then we start picking out some new goals and going from there. So thank you guys so much. We will be playing Dawn of Anor-Lur this Sunday. So if you guys are interested in more Dungeons & Dragons, and you guys would like to see Momo play some more D&D, or some of the other people you've seen here play some more D&D, tune in this Sunday around Momo's channel. And we'll go from there. Approaching 1 year of being on Twitch, that is correct, phoned in. I'm gonna figure out when my 1 day or my 1 year stream was. I hope I didn't miss it already. That'd be hilarious. And sort of figure out what I'm gonna do there. And even if we miss it, we'll figure something out. We'll figure out the 1 year thing and figure out what we're gonna do for there. I've never done this before, so we'll sort of ask around, see what we can do for it. Maybe play some video games, hang out with the community, stuff like that. As always, be sure to join the Discord. It's where all of the lovely people are. They talk about TTRPGs and everything like that. And they have a great time. We talk about the lore of Adis. We ask D&D questions. We share memes, all that fun stuff. As well, be sure to follow the Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube. I'm slowly but surely uploading more. I believe we're on episode 11 of CTF over there. It just takes ages. And that's it for me. BF stream for Milestone, please. A BF? Battlefield? What does BF mean? Indeed, we do share food. I always get so hungry looking at the food tax channel, and I'm very thankful for it. But yeah, that's all for me. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. I hope that you all take care of yourselves, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, and I will see you all later. Good night, chat.